And every moment counts, baby, I don't wanna miss a thing. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, or hang out in hotel bars, driving somewhere in your car. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, under the stars.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Day 2 of the Rick GG May Open, and brilliant stuff. We are back. Of course, I'm not alone as well. I'm joined by the lovely X-Warrior as we've got the semi-finals and the finals to bring you today. And I have to say, the two semi-finals up today are probably two of the most hotly competed semi-finals. Leftovers No Poetry, which will be on the stream now, and then Taran Mill and Rugrats. Taran Mill as well, who have been in pretty much every Rick GG.
No, absolutely, man. It's looking like a really stacked tournament so far. You know, the past day didn't disappoint at all. It was epic. From the round of 16 onto the quarters, it looked amazing. And now the semifinals is no difference to that, right? We had the fact that these two teams have beaten such great teams, including London United, who was the victor, the previous Rick's GG Open in April. They just look on formidable form. And so many of these players look like they're ready to pop off on the server at any given moment. So you know we're about to face some really good matches.
Exactly. Both of these two sides, right, stacked with potential, played at the highest level, and we're expecting to see it here. We're going to have the picks and bans coming up on your screen in just a second. I think this is essentially where we start to really see how this one's going to play out. Leftovers to ban first. They're going to get rid of Bind. Seems to have been the insta-ban on both of the streams yesterday, and now again today. People don't like playing Band anymore. It was a bit of a Marmite map. Now it's definitely not that case. Haven also going to be banned by no poaching, leaving our first pick to be that of... Screen just a second.
Drum roll.
Drum roll, please.
Well, it's going to be Split. Ooh, that's a map we haven't seen, right?
Yeah, so it was not on the stream yesterday. So, you know, a little bit of a fresh face to start us off. Split, picked by Leftovers. And I'm a fan of Split, personally.
Oh, absolutely, man. It's really interesting to watch. And I think it's one of the most entertaining ones when it does come to spectating it.
Yes.
I myself, I'm not a big I'm not a big fan on playing it. But you know, it's a really interesting map. You know, it's got those close angles that is a little bit of a strange situation if you consider the other ones. Icebox is out of, it is going to be that decider. So we'll have a really different map pool coming throughout it, right? We've got Split to start things off, and Icebox as the closer. Ooh, it's looking fairly nice.
Yeah, I mean, Icebox, one of those more aggressive maps, right? Of course, utilities, there's a bit of a factor there. We see the Sage Walls coming in to allow yourself to get a bit more of a safe plant, especially over towards that B site. Split, I think, a bit of a 50-50. You, of course, see your Sova arrows, which play a big part. The Sage Walls in towards mid, which allow you to have a more safe cross between wires and towards heaven and allow you to start gaining some sort of map control. But I'm looking forward to see how both these two sides play, especially once again, we've got to reiterate, these two sides are stacked with players who have played at that highest level. Ridiculous amount of talent here coming into our first semi-final of the day, or the semi-final of the day. And well, I'm looking forward to getting this one on the way in just a moment. Starting on Split, should be very aggressive. I'm expecting to see from the get-go a lot of aggression in your face. Don't allow that defender side to set up comfortably. You want to see them, you know, feel a bit uncomfortable, and in doing so, allow yourself to get a spike down. Once they set up those post-bomb positions, that's when they can start gaining control.
Yeah, and looking at how these two teams have played in Split so far, it seems like no poaching kind of would have the better edge on it, at least in statistics. They're the team that have won most of their maps in Split in a more dominant fashion rather than their opponents. Last night, Leftovers did win their games, of course, but it was more of a close affair, right? And you do know that it is more defense-sided, and heading into it, you just know that you just know the team that has the better setups is able to be the most dominant on that side. It just shows that there will be the difference maker. And looking at the statistics, it does look like no poaching. It does seem to have most of the potential throughout it. But the rest of the map pool as well will be fairly interesting in retrospect as well.
Oh, 100%. I mean, yesterday's game for Leftovers was an exciting one, right down to the wire, right? Essentially, it was a stomping from London United to get things started, and OT in map number 2, and then map number 3 as well. An exciting finish, but Leftovers taking on one of the best teams in this competition, one of the teams that were sort of that favourites to make it to the last 4, even maybe the finals. So it's a huge result for Leftovers and shows how much potential this roster have. They're a mix essentially of players who have played at that highest level, and well, they've proved themselves here. Now going into the agent picks and bans, and this is where things start to slightly get started, right? Of course, we already see the standard picks come through. Cypher seems to be a bit of a bog standard for Split, right? Like, you can understand why. So your camera set over normally towards B allows you to essentially solo hold B if you want to with the Cypher. Plays 2 in towards mid, 2 in towards A, and in doing so, have a decent defender side control.
Yeah, pretty decent lineup. So, although you kind of expect that Sage to be that mid-control pillar for your at least defense side, only
Yeah.
only one of the two teams are going for that approach, and DH will be the man to play it across the board. But it's really interesting, right? No poaching, not really going for that. Instead, they're going for the single setup over from Cypher from the Sentinels, and they've got Viper there to assist. They're pretty much going to try and make Viper to work both as a controller and as a Sentinel to hold down both ends of that lineup.
Exactly. Brilliant stuff. And well, one thing I do want to sort of preface, right, looking forward to is going to be that man Baddy had a ridiculous performance yesterday. And playing an agent like Raze should be very much in favour. Very aggressive player, likes to find those entries. I'm looking to see if he can do exactly that today. Be left over starting on that attacking side and no poaching on the defending side. And, well, it should be an exciting way to start us off, right?
Oh, absolutely, man. These two teams are stacked. We talked about them. You know, there's Chak, there's Mo, who have played in Fnatic. All the other players have played in great teams like Elements and OG. Yeah. They just so look great. And by Elements, I mean Alliance. My head is just going over to the League of Legends day when Alliance turned into Elements back in the day. Man, that's a massive flashback for anyone that followed the LCS, EU LCS, now known as LEC. But this is a whole different game. This is Valorant coming right at you and starting things off. It's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this one get underway. We want to see mid-control come through, but Mo already causing the damage himself, propping the Sky Flash, and doing so now he's going to fall back, play things a little bit more passive, but Ember's pushed up, looking for the opening frag alongside Baddy G. We mentioned what his entry ability was like, and he's going aggressive already. They've taken Heaven control and looking to bounce off it.
And that Vipers was kind of what I was talking about as playing Viper as a Sentinel, right? They do split up a mid quite substantially. It makes it that much harder to cross towards Heaven. And with Aussie getting the first frag throughout it, it means that they get the first numbers advantage. Embo getting up aggressive, will try and close up the gap and pincer them in. He's able to win out a trade against Chak, and that might be the opening. Two players still on site, could be a difference maker. Mo, he's down low, but Aussie, he's going to have to reload throughout it. And so many players are just one shot away. It could go either way, but Leftovers are going to hold on strong. Look at the wraparound coming through from no poaching as well. But Embo is there waiting for it. It's all up to Element right now. And he's got that 1v2 potential. He's got most of his health available, closing up the gap against it. We'll try and find a clear finishing. Body finds one. Does go for the dismiss. Does wrap around for a second time. But he grabs the kill. 1v2 clutch goes in his favor. And it's no poaching with the first round in the bag.
Yeah, Element, what a start from him. Perfectly executing a 1v2 scenario, right? He isolates the fight, just finds the information on the first, gets the shot on the lower HP player, dashes himself away, resets into another angle, and then versus DH, unfortunately. He had the better HP and he had the drop on his position. Really, really well played from Element there. As you mentioned, isolating those duels, finding the frags. A 2 versus 1 goes the way of no poaching. They pick up that round number 1, and coming into round number 2, they're going to have a significantly better buy. We're going to see the Spectres picked up, full armor, and a decent amount of utility. Things are looking good for the defender side.
Absolutely, it sets them up nicely. And winning that one, it was a very chaotic, wasn't it? It did go back and forth. They were heavily fighting for that Heaven control, but it really couldn't hold on for long enough here for no poaching. But we're already seeing aggression coming out. They don't stand back at all. They do have the lesser weaponry, so they kind of want to find that advantage early on. And so far, they've just traded through. Not really going their way. They want to see if they can grab an extra weapon, but DH, he's got a Spectre. Maybe that's something that he could work with.
Oh. A bit of damage done there. Aussie getting the information on one in towards that mid position, and maybe even a second as well, as they're just trying to play around. The Viper's bit will come through as well. Vish is going to fall off the angle, just waiting, playing time. Astra, that utility, so crucial to locking out Heaven. They're waiting for an opportunity, and with the Viper's bit going down, they're actually forced away from mid, and it looks like they're doubling back all the way deep through. Baddy G will be leading the charge alongside the Reina and the Sage, and then they're grouping up towards a B main push here. Oh, Vicious, he's going to be tested.
Oh, he absolutely will be. But it's got reinforcements there, close and waiting now. Toxic String showing for Vicious. That will block them out, but look at the lineup. All of them are going to trickle in one by one, and there you go. And they're grabbing a 1-4 and trade throughout it. The Aussie needs to hold on strong. They are going to trickle in forwards. He's spotted out one player at the backside of things, but the spy cam will give his position away. He's waiting for rotations. He's playing things slow, making sure he's got the reinforcements until they go for the full commit. Now, Flash coming through will allow him to pick a little bit more. but he's still waiting for the movement to come across from heaven. And Ozzy, he's got the lineup right, setting out to the stars, will move up forwards aggressively, grabbing out one, but there's a crossfire set up here for Leftovers. They do grab a couple of kills throughout it, but it's not going to be good enough. The defuse will come underway, and Lynxy can't do too much in this ordeal. He's just against too many players, and No Poaching will grab this one out.
Yeah, Jack finishing things off onto his Lynxy. Cypher versus Cypher, but it will be No Poaching. With 3 remaining players, putting that second round on the board. But positive signs for Leftovers, right? They managed to control that site, get the spike down, and in doing so, set themselves up in relatively strong post-plant positions. Unfortunately, didn't really have the best weaponry to lock things down, and the retake was pretty good from No Poaching in doing so. A second round on the board for the defender side. But now, here's where things become slightly more concerning for No Poaching. Coming into this next round, of course, with that essentially that bonus round, the Spectre's being transferred across, but Leftovers, a nice, comfortable 4-buy for them, and an opportunity to put a first round on the board.
Absolutely, and I think this is a change of pace for Leftovers as well. Now they've got the weapons to work with, they don't really need to go for the aggression to catch their opponents off guard, and I like that pick from Element. He moved on aggressively, he's able to grab one out, and he catches him off guard, which does give them that freebie. That's a dent in the attack of Leftovers right now, and now they need to work a little extra harder to find that advantage. And having that extra sentinel throughout it, it makes things so much easier for No Poaching to hold things strong. But I think Leftovers have made a really good decision here. They've managed to skate their way towards the A-bomb site. They've slowly gained ramp control, but the rotation from No Poaching will mean that they do have that attention turned towards this area of the map. They know that something is going on, and dedicating that extra play is exactly what they want, though. Reina trade coming forwards. Gopher is going to be the first man to grab the kill throughout it. Dietch, though, isn't going to allow that to happen. He gets a kill, pulls off the resurrection, and it still keeps Leftovers ahead during this time. 2 versus 4, and they still look positive enough to grab themselves a first round of this map.
Yeah, exactly. One thing to mention, though, is that they have made things quite expensive, the No Poaching side, and Ozzy looking to further that as Vicious makes this charge through towards Heaven. Sage Orb coming through in towards Wire, slowing down that area, but for the time being, no real push, actually. And it looks like the defender side, they're just going to try and go for exit frags here, which I don't think is even too bad of a decision, right? They're coming against a significantly better buy. So Ozzy just looking for the shot on towards Batty G and spots the information, but not the frag.
I'll spot him out eventually, but you know, he's just playing around with stars a little bit too much, and that gives plenty of time for the refrag to come through. Though Vicious, okay, looks to make things more damaging towards their economy. I was looking for the word there, but yeah, it is fairly expensive. They lose quite a few players in the process, and they are left with a couple. And in the meantime, No Poaching, we're going for sort of a save ordeal.
Yeah, exactly, and a pretty expensive round there all in all, but regardless, it's still Leftovers putting that all elusive first round on the board, right? And now with doing so, they can maybe start getting a bit of a snowball effect, right? Start chaining some rounds together, get a bit of momentum in their favor, and maybe tie things up 2 rounds to 2, but they're going to be coming against that full buy of No Poaching. So here's the first full buy battle. Now we can really see these two sides flourish here.
That is where things do get slightly interesting. Now, this round will slowly give an edge to the respective team that wins it through, because both have got their economy lying on a knife's edge. I really don't need to be careful with that one. And with the Viper here holding down the line will delay them a little bit, but there's a gap through it as well. OG Element wins out the trade. He only had a Spectre to work with, so that's a really good point coming forwards. Though somehow, he's also able to grab a second one. Lynxy was there waiting. It should have been his kill. But that fact that he loses out on that trade, it means that they're down on a disadvantage. Now, pushing aggressively, Track, this is his moment. This is his time to charm. The Greek is able to grab a couple, but he does get traded through eventually. It doesn't even matter, though. No Poaching went out on most of the trades, and that will mean the diffuser will come underway.
Yeah, maybe that's a sign of things to come for No Poaching in this first half, right? A very, very good take for them. The retake, sublime. And while No Poaching thinking about a third round on the board, the first full buy round for Leftovers, they're very quickly shut down. And while the defender side retake was excellent as well, Chak doing a good job of retaking it single-handedly, picking up 2, traded out, and in towards Heaven. Embo can only be good for 1 of his own. It's brilliantly played from Chak as well. He isolates the fight again. Knew the spike was going down, so he, of course, killed the player with the weapon ready and available. And what was the third round on the board? And a 2-round buffer, may I say. Once again, for No Poaching, they're looking very confident. And unfortunately for Leftovers, going into this next round, it's going to be a bit of an awkward buy. You mentioned, right, that their economy was on a bit of a knife's edge. Well, now they're paying the consequences. We'll see a Vandal picked up, supported by, well, just a couple of Sheriffs. It's not the best buy, to say the least.
Yeah, and it felt like Leftovers' attack previously felt a bit desperate, you know. They directly used the blast packs to get the raise on site, get a quick plant. Well, they didn't really have that heaven control. So that means that they didn't quite, they couldn't quite defend it in case of a trade to come underway. And obviously seeing that their weapons aren't looking that great, they can't really win out on this trade. So it should be a close to an NTA in this round for no poaching. But nonetheless, Leftovers, it felt it was a little bit too early for them to start feeling pressured, you know? This is still early days, and they still have a chance to pull through with these attacks. Yes, they were down a couple of players, but I still felt like they could have contested that heaven control. The rotations didn't quite come in on time. It felt like they had that space to work with. So they're feeling uneasy right now, which it's a little bit strange to see if it's this early on in the day. But maybe they can snap out of it. Maybe they can bring things back to a more equal standpoint later on. But this round is definitely not it.
Yeah, they need to be careful though, right? I mean, already things are starting to get a pretty big, decent, a pretty big gap, right? With only 3-round advantage. Leftovers, they need to be careful not to let things run away, and no poaching. Starting to gain a real good foothold in this map. We mentioned this is the potential that they can come with these two sides. Like, they can cement themselves, get a nice foothold, and start to really dictate how this map is being played. That's one of the advantages of playing that defender side split. The rotations through mid are relatively quick and relatively safe at times as well, especially if you go through that defender side spawn. Oh well, no poaching. Starting to look very, very confident indeed already. They've got 4 rounds on the board, a 3-round advantage over Leftovers, and this could be made even worse.
Yeah, let me turn your attention towards the ultimates available. Viper's Pit already thrown out on B, eager to keep that under control. And Element, he wins out on his trades in mid all day long. He plays with that smoke perfectly. Now, no one had a chance throughout that. Element, he's just devouring every single opponent he faces so far. There was no tactic involved with that. Play around your smoke, play around the corners, and grab out kills one after the other. And just like that, he just eliminates every single player of Leftovers. Yeah, okay, they've got a few more left, but he's got a chance for an ace here. Linksy, he's down. He's going to go for the 4 lots, and he grabs it. Elements, man, you are a dirty Reina.
What a showing there from Element. That was brilliant. We speak about the isolation, right? Because it's one of the biggest factors in which allows you opportunities to pick up multi-frag, and Element does it perfectly. Plays around the utility, uses the utility of his own, and finds those frags. It was stunning. Linksy swung in to try and stop him down, try and shut him down. But it was just brilliant from Element. He knew exactly what he was doing in towards mid, and with the help of Astra, allowed himself to pick up a sumptuous ace as no poaching put 5 rounds on the board.
And I thought that the ultimates would be the whole difference to the pace of this game, right? Because this is where everybody has them available, but the cross is coming through. Jack doesn't even pull the trigger on his cam, which means that he got plenty of information before his cam got spotted out. Therefore, that gives them the rotations in time. Look at everyone from their poaching. They're already all there. They had 3 players on Heaven, and just like that, they just snatched them out of existence. They quashed them.
Yeah, that was a complete massacre. Oh, and Shaq picking up that kill through the Cypher cage as well is just insult to injury, isn't it? But Element Aussie shutting things down. A lovely little triple spray down in towards that Heaven position. And while no poaching, they're already starting to look completely dominant so far. They've put 6 rounds on the board, a 5-round advantage. And I mentioned it earlier, but Leftovers, they need to be careful, because if they allow no poaching to start running away with things on defender side, it could be too little too late.
Oh, absolutely could. So far, so good for no poaching, holding things strong. And now, look at the strong B-side dedication. They're playing on a hunch here.
I know, and this could actually
towards B. And they don't even have anyone in Heavens, which will allow Leftovers to push up there uncontested. Now, getting up to this, they know there's something weird going on.
Yeah, this could actually work in their favor.
This could be huge.
If they play this right, this could actually massively work in their favour. They're trying to use the Hawk to get the information in towards that B main position, but Mo needs to be careful. A lot of pressure being built up towards Heaven, and it's going to explode right in his face. Buddy G's coming through!
Oh, not quite able to find a kill there. There was massive potential through it, but here come the Seekers. That's going to spot out so many players, but they've already lured Leftovers in towards Heaven, and they're not leaning out of it either. They don't have any idea of how many players are circling throughout this, but Batty G winning out on his trade, it means that they're ahead in numbers so far. Slowly trying to seek them through. They already know there's a lot of commotion going on towards this B bomb site. And they may turn the trigger towards the A bomb site. They're still thinking about it, but Element, He's just so darn good on winning out on his trades that it doesn't even matter. But now they turn their attention towards this A-bomb site, and this could be the means to an end.
This could be it, especially Jack needs to be careful. Slow orb coming through. He will just manage to fall away from it, but does destroy the Sage Wall. So in doing so, they know they have a crossing towards that part of the site. But either way, DH will get that spike down with just under 10 seconds on the clock, and now the post plants need to be set up. The 4 vs 4 retake ensues, and well, leftovers, they need to lock things out here. The slow orb once again coming through, just keeping them at bay for the time being, giving them a little bit more time to work with, and maybe potential to pull off this post-bomb position.
Ooh, Vicious will be the first man to lead the charge. 1-for-1 trade throughout the ciphers. Mo grabs yet another, but it's a 2v3 to end the deal. There's just the ultimate, the neural theft available for Cypher, so that could be the end of the deed there. And it does look like he'd get spotted out. Goffy, he's out, and just like that, no poaching. They continue with their winning spree.
Yeah, to make, well, things even better, the cherry on top for no poaching there, right? They had a 4 vs 4 retake and they survived with 3 players. Expertly done from them. Again, we speak about the way in which they retake a site. The use of utility, excellent. And of course, you know, the use of the Cypher always does help to find that information. But with 7 rounds on the board, things are starting to become a worrisome sight for leftovers. Especially when you consider that coming into next, their buys are going to be pretty worrisome when you think that they're right on that edge of their economy. It's nearly nil all round, and leftovers in a pretty hurtful position as they are down by 6 consecutive rounds.
Does seem like that. Nice little one-way smoke to allow the edge to push on forwards, but so far the name of the game for mid is that Element is a not unstoppable factor in the side of the defense. No poaching, they've done a stellar job to hold through, and the rotations are pretty quick as well. They've got their sights here across the map. This time it's a little bit more of a spread out approach from them. They haven't really done this too much. They want to see if they can lurk out any more players. But Element, for some reason, he can just not stop fragging out. That's an easy 2-piece for him. And he's just set up his team for success here.
He's loving life in the server right now, isn't he? He can do such a stellar job as Mo picks up one of his own. Now, things are looking very bad for leftovers. They're left in a 2 vs 5 situation. Of course, the Sky low on HP, but Embo really got a tough job here. He's making his way in towards heaven, but you have to be wary of 2 different angles. Buddy G, who had a ridiculously good performance yesterday. Got a lot to work with here. Embo, good for 1 though, on towards Mo. Is he aware of the flank? No, he's not. Ozzy finds the frag. Vicious shuts things down. And with 4 remaining players, that's no poaching. Putting 8 rounds on the board. A 7-round lead. X, this is becoming, quite the issue for the likes of leftovers.
Oh, it absolutely feels like it. And you know, you can see leftovers, they're holding onto full ultimates, and this has been the case for a few rounds now, right? They do try to get themselves in a position where the ultimate would be advantageous for them, but they don't get the chance. Every single time, it's Element there and waiting, grabbing 1 or 2 kills, and making the round impossible for them to take. If they're down a couple of players on the attacking side, it's already game over for them, and no poaching, they're playing this perfectly. Element, he's got 16 kills already.
He is smurfing in the server so far. He is loving life, and, well, the multi-frags are testament to how well No Poaching are playing, essentially. The teamwork is revolving around him, but in the best fashion. They're allowing him to play freely because of the utility usage. It's stunning stuff so far, and No Poaching, a 7-round lead, could be made even worse. Mo just spotting the information in towards mid, but Vicious in for support. This could be a Mo down.
This absolutely could, though. They're going to be delayed slightly. Flash is faked out. Doesn't really get pulled through. But it's mid-control that leftovers are looking for. Toxic Stream will allow them to push, and they've been unspotted, but Embo somehow is able to trade it through. They're making the Sheriffs work so far, but can they keep things going? Not quite sure if they can, but Linksy teaches me otherwise. It's like, okay, headshot found. I'll bring things forwards in my favor. And they've got 3 players versus 2 right now. Resurrection coming through as well. All the ultimates available, giving them the information. Neural theft as well, but that doesn't even matter. Element, he's joined in, but here comes the divide. They're looking to make it work, but Element, he's already crossed through. It doesn't even matter. They haven't gotten the spike on site, and this could be dreadful for them. They're looking for the kills. They're looking to isolate them 1 at a time. And they've got potential to do it. They're completely on the other side of the map. And Element, he's just so good at finding these headshots. He's so good at getting these kills. And he's able to pull it through 1 more time. No poaching. 9 rounds now on the board.
God, Element is a beast. He makes it just look so easy. It's brilliant stuff. Once again, a no poaching or lucky fantastic. We spoke about it in that first round, right? How Element expertly isolates those fights in those 1 vs 2 situations. There it is again. What a player. Individually excellent. And with 19 frags, 19 and 2 he's currently sitting on. This is insane. Element, what a player. And this is just an absolute testament to his performance and his ability as a Valorant player.
Thought this would be a close ordeal, but so far it's been a one-sided affair. This time around, it's not Element to grab out the first kill. Vicious is able to grab one of his own with that operator, puts it into play. We haven't seen too much of that, have we? Oh man, it's just, there's no chance for Leftovers to do anything about this. They used Neurotheft earlier, they used Resurrection, so those are 2 big ultimates out of the bat, even losing their round while using them, and they've only got Empress available. With that numbers advantage, you can't really pull the trigger. It's a little bit of a gamble if you go for it. An Element now with a wraparound, he's looking for a backstab here, and he might be able to do it. They haven't got their attention turned towards Suez here, and that's going to be a freebie. DH as well will shortly be pushing through. An Element, he's there waiting. He's got his attention turned around it, and DH, he's so under pressure. He's got the movement coming in from mid. We'll be using up the wall. Extra movement for him, but runs out of bullets. Can't do anything about it. Double digits, and it's only 11 rounds in.
Yeah, what a stunning start. And, well, try to use that Sage Wall essentially to fall away into a more safe angle or try and find angles for a frag, but just didn't work in his favor. DHU's had arguably the better performance for the Leftovers side, even though just unfortunately it hasn't really been that much there, but you know, 10-1, as you mentioned, double digits picked up by no poaching. This is an insane start to the stream, and we knew there was a lot of potential in this roster, right? From both sides. And we knew no poaching had some players who were playing at the absolute highest level, and we knew they were very, very good players, but not to this level, right? 10-1, this is insane. Now Vicious holding the operator. And with the Cypher's cage going down, he could be good for something here, depending on timing. Astra coming through, but a Viper's pit of his own to try and nullify things. Element holding in close.
Oh, the showstopper could be a massive difference maker throughout it, but Element, for the first time ever, loses out on his trade. That will allow them to move safely across the site. They've already gained access to this A-bomb site, but right now, I mean, Mo try and bring things back, but I don't think they can do so. Wall is coming out. DH, he's in an off angle. They won't expect it. Both of them reloading. That's a freebie for them. 4v2. This is their chance to grab another one on the board before the half ends. Now, Resurrection is more the bait. Jack knows exactly what is going on, but he needs to come up huge, and he might be able to do so. He's grabbed 3 already, and he's only got 1 left. He brought out the spy cam. He just needs to lure him out. He's oblivious to his opponent's position. But he's got 60 points of health remaining, but not much time. Moves up against Elbow, tries to wrap around it. Pre-firing, 6 bullets left, make that 5, but Lynxy knew of his whereabouts. Easy kill for him, and Leftovers, at least they end the half with a win in the bag.
Oh, that was getting too close for comfort. DH, though, did a fantastic job. He just sat in that close angle. And actually, the use of the ult as well, reviving Barry G, only to find the information on Jack. I mean, that transfer from DH to Embo was stunning. But as you mentioned, you know, Leftovers picking up a second on the board makes things slightly more doable. But with an 8-round buffer, no poaching, all looking so confident heading into this second half. And, well, only need 3 more rounds to take map number 1.
You just know why Shaq was over in Fnatic at some point.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
This guy, he's got massive potential, and unfortunately for him at least, or maybe fortunately, maybe these 5 players find this collaboration between them a good thing. You know, they might be able to transform this into something that they can work with and start getting good at. And so far, they're looking good, right? This isn't the A-list tournament that you'd be looking for them to compete in against the best of the best. But, you know, they found really strong competition here, but they're devouring them one after the other. Pistol round coming through so far, and it's no poaching to find the better of them. They're looking to attack this A-bomb site, and without much help, they could be able to find a few kills. They line up for DH, though, makes that right-click work, and all of a sudden he's found 3. This is now doable for them.
Oh, that sort of range, the right click is beautiful, but Mo finds a 3rd of his own. The only problem is that both players have taken a good chunk of damage. Spike will go down. Lynxy making his way through. 33 points of health. It's all about Hootie 2 first, and he's going to be dropped. Mo with a sumptuous quad kill in the round. Gifts no poaching, the 2nd pistol on the board, and 11. They're once again taking such a significant lead, and yeah, exactly.
How
From the right click
run away with this?
Yeah, from the right clicks finding that opening 3, right, you look like Leftovers were going to turn that round in their favour, but wow, what a quad kill from Mo, and 11 rounds on the board, they pick up this 11th, and with that pistol on, meaning that coming into next, they were going to have a significantly stronger buy. Spectres, full armor, full utility for Leftovers. They are desperately forcing into next to try and stop this momentum.
Oh, absolutely, and we may be seeing some sort of aggression. Double star lineup, and now he looks like he's vulnerable. Stunned through it. But I guess it won't be challenged for the time being. Mid is of essence, though, for no poaching, right? They are dedicating more players towards that side of things, and with a white swing there from Batty G gives them the advantage in numbers. This could be their chance they need. Spike out in the open, they know where it is. Therefore, they can dedicate that deep movement towards Garage. Pink shells will allow them to move back to the safety of the B sites, and just like that, they will turn their attention towards mid. Now, they've got a couple of players holding it, right? They've got Lynxy towards Vents, they've got DH up against the wall here. Now, Ozzy, he's just looking to find the kill. They're looking to gain that numbers advantage back, because right now, they're at a deficit, and without having the players in this side of situation, the fact that Leftovers have brought up with weapons, the fact that there are just some really strong weapons in these close angles, it might be a no-go for no poaching, but they're going to challenge this 2 players at a time here, pushing through. Goffy can only deliver with 1, but the fact that they stack with 2 players is going to be good enough. They have the spike control. They've got everything they need to close out this round, and with Chuck losing out in mid, it means that Element has to come up with nothing less than a miracle to win this through.
Yeah, Batty G doing a very good job as well of just playing aggressive. Sometimes when things aren't going your way, and you're on that defender side, get in their face. Don't allow no poaching, essentially. 2-star setting out executes. That's exactly what Batty D does. He pushes through B main, finds that opening kill, and in doing so, starts to gain some control of the map. And no poaching, they're left in a bit of an awkward situation, just hovering around mid, trying to make something work. I mean, consistently shut down. It's a third on the board, and maybe a sign of things to come. They force into that, and that force was a very, very risky one, but the reward even higher, and things are looking on the up, let's say, for Leftovers.
Does seem to be like that. At least they want to end the first map on a good note, right? They don't want this to be complete stomp. They just want to make sure that their morale, at least, even if they lose this map, is somewhat looking on an upbeat, right? They want to have some tempo in their favor, and they don't want this whole series to look like a lost affair even before it gets started. So they are going to challenge, right? Leftovers want to make sure this is a good showing from them, and the fact that they won the previous round will potentially allow them to gain the 4th here. Now, no poaching. They can completely quash their dreams and hopes and ambitions. By winning a round here, with the weapons they have available, it would be absolutely perfect for them. And they've got a good ultimate to do that, right? They've got the Seekers of Sky to work with, and that gives them so much information. They just need to make sure that they get a pick beforehand, because then they can isolate a few kills here and there if they get themselves on site, potentially. But first things first, they need that juicy little pick.
Yeah, they need to make something work in their favour here, but once again, having control taken for the time being. Leftovers just trying to keep hold of it, but they will be pressured momentarily. Saying that, Element's actually going for the aggressive play over towards Wires, trying to sell that fake as they shift walk up, and they will be spotted. But Ozzy finds the opener. Lynxy doubles up, but only finds 2. Element in for the trade, and now in a 3 versus 3, this could go either way. Spike going down. It's all about timing for Embo here.
Oh, and I talked about the Seekers. Now they brought things up, but it hasn't quite spotted out Embo. Now it has, though. This is their chance to pull the trigger upon him. It does take them some time to find the closer, but Badaji has already wrapped around. It needs to be good for Vicious.
Oh, no.
He finds 1. Does peek through for the second, but now works around with a Spectre. Slows things down a bit. He's got that spike control. They line up. He's made it. Vicious. How about that? No poaching. They continue, and they're only 1 round away from victory.
How has he made that work in his favour? That is ridiculous. That shot in towards heaven as well. Goffer, see you next round, mate, because that was insane. The 1D was just ridiculous. And Vicious, we spoke about it earlier, right? This time, of course, last time it was with Element, this time it was with Vicious. We spoke about the isolation of fights. That was it, to perfection. Knew he had to reload, so repositioned into a more safer angle. Then got the drop on the last 2 players, found the frags, and with a spicy bit of aim, he finds the round. That's no poaching, putting 12 rounds on the board, and no poaching, who need 1 round to take map number 1.
Oh, and they've got the economical edge as well. Not only that, they've at least Leftovers have got that showstopper available. But you know, these close angles on split don't really work out. But I think you need to look at the movement from mid. Look at the aggression so far. They're already wrapping around from sewers. This could be huge from Batty G if they don't spot this out. They've got some util on the backline, so the flank potential could be a little bit too late for them. They've already crossed on forwards, but they haven't completely committed. Now he spotted out the wilds. This needs to be huge, but Shaq, no way he was waiting for that. He was expecting it, as if it's a normal day in the office. And no poaching now, they've got the advantage, they've got the numbers, they've got everything they require to get on this. Icing on the cake, they've got the Viper's Pit. Even when the spike goes down, they should be able to hold it through. Leftovers, they need to make this round work or else this is game over. And Embo will be the first man to have to deal with this situation. Mo takes him down in a very quick fashion. And I believe this is game over, Neo. I can't see a world where they come out victorious in this, though. Lixie makes that spike cam work out for a bit. He could find a kill here, maybe two. Isolates a spike. This could be doable. But he doesn't quite connect onto Element, and that could be his downfall. DH comes out huge. Resurrection available. This is still doable for them, man. They still pull this off. But it's all a matter of timing. And Shaq with a swing grabs out DH, annihilates his head, and no poaching. Grab out the first win in the series.
God, what a showing. Of course, we saw Leftovers yesterday, and they were a ridiculously good side, but no poaching. That was immaculate from start to finish. The control they had over that game, and the tempo that they set was just unfathomable. And, well, no poaching, a very good start on Leftovers. They need a real resurgence heading on to number 2, because that was a pretty one-sided affair. The retakes were brilliant. The executes even better. No poaching. Stunning start from them, but Leftovers need a real resurgence heading into map number 2. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head to a quick break before we get underway map number 2. So see you all in roughly about 5 minutes.
And we're back once more, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for the second map of the series of the first semi-final of the two. My name is XY, together with Neokai, of course, bringing you the action for one more time. Man, the first map didn't disappoint, did it?
No, not at all. No poaching, looking nearly unstoppable. Brilliant. I mean, Leftovers had such a good showing yesterday in that 2-1 against London United, and they were a team that we were looking forward to see today, and maybe even later on. They were putting on a very, very strong performance against London United, who were one of the favourites, but no poaching. They look ridiculous. Of course, they've got players in there who've had that tier 1 experience, and they're showing it here. What a start from them, and I'm expecting to see more coming into map number 2.
Oh, absolutely. You kind of expect that to be the case heading into it. But man, how do you stop no poaching? I mean, throughout the entirety of the map, they seem like a well-oiled machine, right? They had the right lineups through. They managed to pull off the double controller setup, which seemed to work like a sentinel in a way. I love the way they approached the Viper towards mid. I love how they synergized it with the Astra. And at the same time, they allowed the Reyna element, they just allow him to move on forward and grab kills one at a time. They just enabled him in a retrospect that we've never really seen throughout this tournament so far. They look like an unstoppable machine right now.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see how they get underway in map number 2, right? Because, of course, they've got that confidence, that sort of momentum in their sails. Leftovers need a real resurgence, because we know they did it yesterday against London United. They lost map number 1, map number 2 took its OT, and then map number 3 won it out. And we know they have that potential to turn things around. Maybe it's just a side that are a little bit of a slow starter, but against a side like No Poaching, dropping a map to that kind of fashion, that could be detrimental to just generally how map number 2 could play out. And it could even be a 2-0 early doors here, the way No Poaching are playing.
Yeah, that could genuinely be a heartbreaker for them. They came into this and said, "Oh, we won against some really good teams. We're looking like we're one of the favorites." And to be honest, starting off this day, we thought of that this would actually be the case, right? We actually thought that this would be a close series, one of the closest one we've actually seen. But heading into this one, we'll have a look if that actually continues. Let's see if they're able to pull off a better fight here in the second map.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. We're going to go into the agent picks as well as we head on to Ascent, one of the maps that we saw a few times yesterday, and already seeing a few locks in. Linksy going for that Sova. The Astra as well seems to be a bit of an instant pick all over the shop now, Astra. The utility that she brings and the way in which she can control a bomb site is, such a big factor. Hence why we're seeing the likes of Embo and Ozzy being the ones to pick it up. But Element, this time going for the Jet pick over the Reyna. And, that's a scary sight.
Ooh, it is. And I like the fact that they do continue playing with that Viper Astra lineup. Yet again, switching it up for the Sage. And yeah, you said we're bringing out the Jet. It does seem that they want to go for a more aggressive approach, try and get in positions that your opponents aren't really waiting for it. And now that they start on the attacking side, I think that's actually a good idea, right? Because earlier they sort of needed Astra's abilities to be able to peek out and catch them off guard in ways that you had to peek off corners. But Ascent is a little bit more open than that. Therefore, Jet might be the way to go.
Yeah, exactly. Jet might be the way to go. It can play very aggressive and as well can have that sort of solo ability. We saw him do it in map number 1. Element played unreal with Reyna, and now with the likes of that Jet pick, can play solo, can just go high fragging, high intensity, really get in the face of Leftovers, especially with them starting on that attacking side as well. I'm expecting to see some real aggression. One thing to mention as well, we're only really seeing from both sides just one duelist, which seems to have been a slight meta change. It was, we did see quite a lot of double duelists coming out, supported by the Sentinels, and now only the one duelist on each side. The pizza.
Le pizza. But okay, aside from the pizza, let's get right into it, right? Leftovers now on the defense, No Poaching, looking to get things started over towards mid. Already moving forwards, they haven't been spotted out just yet. They did hear the owl drone. Quick reaction there from Element to get unscathed out of that bot, although they will still linger on forwards. Astra out of the bat from mid, won't be able to do too much, but Batty G will spot them out as they do cross on forwards. Some abilities have been exchanged, but no real firepower has really come through. Nice little wall there from DH to spot them out, peeks out through. That's some valuable information, but it means that they have to break a couple of more walls to actually push on forward, so that's really good use of that utility. They do keep on breaking it. It doesn't necessarily mean that they will actually aggress on forwards. It's there to sort of hold them back and not allow them to rotate, knowing that that could be a potential push. But they are, again, going for that mid play.
Yeah, they're trying to get that control right. With the map control, they can maybe split off either way. Element, again, playing around Pizza. Vicious picks that shot on towards DH. Open things up to a degree. But the Frenzy trying to find something or be dropped by Mo. You've done a fantastic job shutting things down as Linksy. Down he goes, Embo, trying to lock it out from Garden, but the spike planted and the retake needs to come in quick.
Ooh, Aussie, that's some aggression and we haven't seen too much of him. It's usually his teammates who do the fragging out, and Vicious will take control of his own lineup as well. Goffy, yeah, he's in a really bad situation right now. He's got no teammates, he's feeling lonely, and he will be greeting them in their own fate as well. And no poaching, that's a quick way to start off the map.
Yeah, well, starting off the map, the way they finished map number 1, right? A brilliant start for no poaching. They've been spectacular on these pistol rounds as well. They get a lot of control, very in your face, very, very aggressive, and make things very difficult for leftovers. Now, of course, with that first pistol round picked up, they will have a significantly better buy going into the second. So the standard Spectres and full armor, supported by the utility coming in and looking to put a second on the board and start gaining that real gap in between the two sides.
Let's see how leftovers sort of approach this, right? It seems like they do want to challenge mid a little bit more, but look at DH. Sneaky business. Already aggressing onwards. Now, they've sort of left them to push on towards A. They're allowing them to cross on forwards, and Aussie has already spotted out the flank, so it's not going to really be effective for them, and that's going to be their downfall. They've already lost out on the A site. There's no one there holding it. Therefore, the spike should be able to go down with no problem whatsoever. Even though the wraparound is coming in from leftovers, they just don't have the weapons. They just don't have the numbers. This should still be no poaching's round for the take.
Yeah, 100%. Spike going to go down here and making their way aggressive towards Heaven, but it will be Vicious to support. Bali G going down, Element pushing forward to make even more of a dent as he drops in towards Garden, trying to get that control in towards Doran. This overdose will spot out Element, but they're not really going to go for any sort of aggressive fragging here. They're sitting, waiting for the exits, and they may not even find them here as Element's looking for the fight.
They are. They're looking for that exit frag. They've got a crossfire set up,
them.
but it's not going to work out, is it? They do find one kill throughout it, but, you know, it's not the best. Not the best.
Yeah. Element's loving this at the moment. He is gunning for these fights, wants to take these aim duels, and we can see why. He has been unreal so far and in this entire series and getting off to a pretty decent start, picking up 2 kills to start things off. But now, leftovers, they're coming into this next round. They're going to have the Vandals and Phantoms, armor, utility, and here's where an opportunity for them to put a first round on the board. But no poaching. Coming into this one, the priority, getting the spike down and trying to cause some long-term economical damage to the likes of leftovers. In doing so, giving themselves a bit more of a better chance heading into the latter part of this half.
All right, Element, this is where he gets enabled, right? This is where things do get interesting for him. He's got to work against some brutal weaponry here, and he uses both of his updrafts early on to try and gain an advantage on a potential aggressor. Though instead, Shaq already falls from mid. That's some early control given to the leftover side, so now their defense looks a lot more stronger as they have weakened out their opponents. Now, this Aldrone will gain some valuable information. He's only spotted out the 2 players moving across catwalk, but look at Aussie as well. He's already moved across here, and he could half this map in 2. He could split the defense lineup and gain control. They're down in numbers, but that won't even matter. It seems like they do have an idea of that movement, but Aussie still aggresses forwards. Timing could be everything, and it doesn't quite work out for him. Batty G just spot him out and does eliminate him straight out of the bat. No poaching, down in 2. They're not able to find any more advantage any further. Mo does grab out 1. That long distance does favor Elements. Linksy not quite able to hide away in time, and the tables have turned.
Yeah, Element, I mentally lost taking these aim duels and look at him now, but DH swings through, trying to drop the Viper, and will find it. Down goes Vicious, and the Selffield coming through as well, but he will be spotted out with the arrow, and that could be causing problems. But from behind, Goffer in for the trade, leaving it all on to one man. Mo, left with all to find, finds the dink, but not the frag. Down he goes, and DH will resurrect things for leftovers. What was looking like quite a worrisome round and no poaching, looking like they could take it despite being on a significantly worse buy. Leftovers turned it back in their favour and they put that first round on the board, and now they can hopefully start chaining some momentum together and really start putting up a fight here. It's going to be a full buy from both sides, so the first full buy and the first testament to their abilities coming in into round number 4. Are we going to see a repeat of what we saw in map number 1 with no poaching taking it with ease?
Yeah, we'll see about that. I'm not quite sure. Leftovers do bring some fresh air into it, and we sort of seen them the last map do the exact same thing, right? They did lose out on the first two, but they managed to bounce back fairly quickly. Now, what they do want to do is carry that momentum forwards. Don't let no poaching breathe. But so far, they're allowing them to gain that mid control. That is something that we've seen a few times from teams at this caliber of play, right? You want to make sure that you have them lured into mid, and then you can potentially collapse upon them with a push on short. But they don't quite do that. No Poaching have got players all around the map, so a wraparound isn't really on the cards right now.
Yeah, not for the time being. Mo, nice shot, another trade on towards DH. It's slowed and managed to fall itself away. With elements still alive, they're always a threat. Pushing up towards short, trying to get that control of that garden position, and in doing so, that could cause issues. Embo needs to be careful here. As the utility ready and waiting, but Embo picks up that opener. Astra v Astra, and it's Leftovers to win that fight and take the man advantage.
They do. Leftovers look a lot better throughout this. Element with half points of health won't be feeling that more comfortable, but look at the movement from Mo. He's trying to lurk out a kill. The fact that they'll be facing Sova versus Sova here could be a massive difference maker. Although the spike is towards the other side of the map, they've just lost the element, dropped it. This should be the round for Leftovers. There's not much time remaining. You can see the wraparound coming through, but without Vicious grabbing a kill, without him creating any space, this is pretty much the end of the round for them.
Yeah, exactly, unless, you know, they might be able to find a frag towards the end, but as you mentioned, this is the end in terms of no poaching, picking up a third on the ball, which means Leftovers tying things up 2-2. A much better start than what they got off to in map number 1. They're awake and alive in the server, and now we really start to see the competition start to branch out here. For no poaching, economically, not the best standings. I mean, we are going to see maybe a bit of a force buy coming through to support the two Vandals, but either way, very well played from Leftovers. They're starting to gain a good foothold, cementing their position in this map, and, well, getting off to already a better start than what we saw in map number 1. So, in doing so, maybe potential here.
Maybe. That is definitely on the cards right now. Equal standings.
Hopefully as well.
They're square 2-2. You'll have to see that. Yeah. And with the fact that no poaching don't really have too much money, like you said, does pretty much allow them to bring things back. But let's see at the lineup here. No poaching kind of going for something I haven't really done before for a site commit. So they do back out of it, double back on that decision, and they will dedicate some players towards Catwalk as well. Look at Shaq. He's been spotted out down to half points of health. They are trying to aggress through, but Cosmic Divide is available for no poaching if they want to split the map in two. G looking for some extra information towards mid. Won't be gaining too much. Knows that there's a potential killjoy around that area. I only saw a turret on his way. Embo, he's got a huge task ahead of him. He's able to grab out one. The play's not going to be good enough. Goffy as well. No poaching. Seem to have been weakened out a little bit. The trades go in favor of Embo. And that's Astra right back at it. Badly G finds a closer. And that's a flawless round from Leftovers.
Yeah, well, no poaching. Definitely not getting off to the start that they had in map number 1, because Leftovers have absolutely decimated them. Once again, we're talking about this utility, right? Astra and Embo shutting things down in towards that garden position, winning out these aim duels, and with that triple kill, what a way for Leftovers to put 3 rounds on the board. No poaching. Now, they may have had an easier map number 1, but map number 2, Leftovers have come out fighting, and they want to push it all the way to Icebox map number 3, and the way they're playing so far, we could in fact see that.
Could indeed. Now, a few available ultimates for no poaching. They've got Cosmic Divide, they've got Viper's Pit, and now they've got Hunter's Fury as well. Plenty of utility to get them across it, but now they're going to gain mid-access. That could pincer them in towards the side. That's what they're going for. An Element will be the first to lead a charge, trying to entry frag throughout. It does get traded through. Badgy there and waiting, but this is huge. Aussie, he's now vulnerable, stunned out, has to fall back from it. He's waiting for reinforcements. Mo there around, but they know they're in a really tough spot. There could be a backstab to come through from Leftovers and mid. Therefore, they're very wary of this situation. In the meantime, they've got 2 players on that B-bomb site, with Asher holding down that lineup, with Sova as well. They're looking for the kills, and Badaji's successful in finding it. 1-2. It's Leftovers grabbing one kill after the other. They're really not allowing no poaching to breathe here. They're not giving them any chance to gain access to this site. And this again seems to be the end of this round.
Well, flawless again. Leftovers, they're doing such a good job of just gaining control. They're not overextending at all. They're not trying to just force out a round here. And, well, they've put a 4th on the board, a 2-round advantage and no poaching. what may have been a pretty controlling map number 1 for them is definitely turned on its head here, because Leftovers on this defender side are in complete and utter control of this game so far, and No Poaching are in a bit of an awkward situation economically. Their long-term economy not looking great, so coming into this next round, it is just going to be a force buy. We're going to see the Sheriff's picked up, a couple of Spectres here or there, maybe even a Stinger, but it's not going to be the best at all, and Leftovers potential to put a 5th on the board and further extend this lead.
This is something we haven't really seen too much over to the other side of the map. Well, it was split earlier, and it didn't really look like this, did it? 4-2 favoring Leftovers. Ooh, okay. Baddy doesn't get spotted there. Quite in time. DH looks to bring out some aggression on his side, and it works out. Early kill for them. So they switch up the tempo, catch their opponents off guard. I like this from Leftovers. This is a completely different face we're seeing right now. But look at the rotation coming through from No Poaching. Now, Baddy G could have a potential chance to catch them off guard, but I think he's been spotted out. I think he's been hurt. Doesn't even matter. Chuck, he was low. He gets taken out. And yet again, Baddy G, he's a massive difference maker throughout this. And he will keep on aggressing here, but there's 2 different angles he needs to face from. Ozzy takes him out, and that could be the opening. They want to regain mid-control, but they're not going to be giving that chance at all. Element, he's been spotted out, and he has to draw back to the safety of his teammates' arms, because there's nowhere they can go right now. They're running out of time, but they need to make a decision fast.
Yeah, they need to start trying to figure out something here. Once again, we're seeing this complete map control from Leftovers. No overextension, no going for aggressive peaks on this defender side. They're just controlling the bomb sites, and that's all they need to do. They've got utility ready and waiting. We can see Lynxy going for the Sova Dart, looking for that opportunity, but with just under 15 seconds, they need to make a decision here and now. They're flooding over towards this A site here, and Lynxy's going to be tested. Spike tapped, but they're not going to find anything as Lynxy finds the drop. Element goes down, and it's all starting to fall apart. Embo good for 1, Vicious, a consolation kill, but that's all he'll manage to find. With 3 remaining players, Leftovers, a comfortable 5th on the board. X-Warrior, what a resurgence from Leftovers here. They look like a revitalized side.
Oh, absolutely. Revitalize is definitely the word to call this situation, and everything starts to look clean on their side, right? I mean, you start to see them actually performing in situations we haven't really gotten to see them before, and I think that's due to the fact that they started on the attacking side that previous map. They couldn't quite find their footing, but I think now they're finding comfort here. They know how to approach things. Sure. They know how to play around with the tempo, switch it up a bit, catch their opponents off guard, and they're actually playing around the ultimates very well. They're juggling between them, and right now, they still have 4 available at their disposal. This is really good stuff from my Leftovers, and if we carry seeing them, if they carry through with this momentum, we might be seeing a 3rd map as well.
Yeah, don't want to count out for the time being here. The way in which Leftovers are playing so far, this momentum is snowball effects, right? We spoke about this time and time again. Hunter's Fury coming through and getting the information the first time round, but it won't manage to find or connect with the second. And well, now for the time being, Element trying to lead the charge. Actually, Utility once again, though, doing such a stellar job. Sagewall comes through and Element's forced back off the angle. Now that's solidified, he won't make a decision to go through that, especially not on his own.
Opening up the potential here for No Poaching. Trying to cause some havoc towards the left side of the map to potentially keep the defenses at bay, but the trades do come through with the Cosmic Divide to come underway as well. Goffy, that's a very close angle. This has got a massive potential. They need to really find the picks throughout it. The edge aggresses through as well, but Goffy's got a tall task ahead of him. They've divided the map in 2, but they're going to check it at the same time. Mori, what a pick to come through. Don't even know what I call them. It's Mo, and I call them Mori for some reason. But they do aggress on the side either way. Cosmic Divide does go to the side, and that means that they win out of the trades as well. This is looking a lot better for No Poaching now in the post-plant.
Yeah, that Cosmic Divide had such potential, allowed them to get a bit of a safer plant in that corner, but now they reposition, get the spike down in the 1 versus 2. It's all onto DH, who had a stellar map number 1 despite the result, and now needs to find something special. Sound cue made, they're waiting for the double swing, and Element's gonna go back to the Element we know and love. Finds the final frag as No Poaching. They find a 3rd on the board and are right back in this game. Only 2 rounds behind, they're within arm's reach, and Leftovers need to be careful not to let them back in this game, because this advantage, this lead that they had, is what was keeping them going.
Oh, DH tried so hard there to not have that sound cue come in. I mean, you know that there's a little bit of a soft point with that AD point where your footsteps aren't heard. He tried so hard for that not to be the case. He wanted to have an aggressive peek from side to side. didn't quite work out for him. He missed out on it. The fact that he also fell at the same time from the planks, it just didn't allow him to get on sneakily on site. Element, though, he's got his hands on that operator. What can you perform? That's pretty much the reason why he's going for Jet right now, right? This is why he switched over from the Reyna.
Yeah.
He can create so much more room for the operator to come in, and now that they've got the funds to facilitate one, he might be able to pull off quite a few kills.
Yeah, the Jet operator is arguably the most fearsome combo in Valorant, right? Especially on a man like Element, who is ridiculously cracked. That must have been fear in the eyes here, but Baddy G will be res. Mo picks up one on towards Embo. Bring it back now to the 4 versus 5, still in favor of no poaching, despite the resurrection. And Element finds the frag onto DH, looking to further cause damage towards this side. Mo going for the dart in towards that pizza area, trying to find the information on the players. But Baddy G just sitting in front, but it doesn't matter. Element finds the frag, and they're starting to fall like dominoes. Element is single-handedly lifting his side to newer heights.
New heights indeed. Looks like no poaching have had enough. They've slapped themselves on the face and said, "Alright boys, we need to reset our mindset a little bit." They've done just that, even though Vicious does get vulnerable with that bot exploding upon him. He's able to grab out 2 kills in the meantime. Beautiful stuff. They're looking a lot more aggressive than before. They're looking a lot cleaner. And with that, it's leftovers to have their gap closed a little bit. No poaching now with 4 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned that leftovers, they needed to be careful not to let no poaching back into this game, because that's when they can start really running away with it. We saw it in map number 1, right? When no poaching got that snowball effect going, got that momentum in their favor, they were unstoppable. They kept rolling with the punches, and leftovers had literally no option. They couldn't do anything, couldn't stop them, no matter whether it was defender or attack inside. Oh, so far it's looking very, very good for both sides. Leftovers need to be careful, especially in the terms of their long-term economy as well. Already aggressive on towards the A site there. They're trying to find the initial information and the initial pick. Get them an advantage, then explode off that.
Yeah, the base storm has gone out here from Element. Will aggress forwards. Swift's on ahead. Updraft coming through, but doesn't quite work out in his favor. Embo takes him out, obliterates his head. And that means that they do have equal numbers on the site, but that's full control. They've got 4 players on A already. The rotations will come in from multiple angles, but the Viper's Pit will make things ever so difficult for them. They even have the delicacy from switching the operator to the Vandal to make things slightly easier for the retake. Now Lynxy, he can draw out a dart anywhere. He can try and bring up the sonar, try and spot them out, but that's going to make it tough for them, isn't it? No, will peek on forwards. He's got a good lineup, catches Baddy G off guard, and no poaching. They're on the verge of finding the equalizer here. Leftovers are not finding any opening throughout this, and that will be their downfall, though DH has got a good potential in this angle. Oh, does grab out one. Does he peek out the corner? Has 180 degrees to look forward to. And just like that, there comes the equalizer. No poaching. They found the 5th.
Yeah, well, we mentioned about being cautious not to let them back in. Well, too little, too late. Very, very good in that post-bomb position. Viper tried, just to look out that site, but it was brilliantly done by the likes of no poaching. With remaining plays as well, we speak about that long-term economy time and time again, right? Because that's what you can use in order to start gaining a decent amount of control, and no poaching are doing exactly that. Players are surviving, their post-plants are immaculate, and it's really making things tough for leftovers to get back onto that site. 5-5, and, X-Ray, we have a game on our hands here.
We absolutely do. Now, what the leftovers do throughout it, they were pretty good with switching up the tempo from time to time, right? But from now, it just kind of seems hard for them to aggress. No poaching have read they've read their style of play. They've managed to spot out these different sort of players, and with that wall coming through, they definitely know there's something going on. They know that DH is hiding in one corner or another. Although, with that judge, he needs to have that close-ended angle. He can't afford to play it from backside. He needs to hold it through and garage here. With a peek to come out, he's actually finding the jiggle peek. Although Mo does grab out one, it's a double peek to come through from leftovers, which is a 1-for-1 trade at the end of the day. He does look for the peek to potentially grab that Vandal, but it doesn't go his way. Element takes him out.
Now in this sort of situation, he needs to be wary of time. 45 seconds remaining on the clock before the time being. Still potential for this to go either way. Viper's Pit comes in towards heaven. Forces Goffer off the angle, and now they explode on towards the side. The turret spotted, but depleted instantaneously as Vicious. He's going to post himself in towards Under Heaven and wait. Defender Killjoy coming through as Goff is pushing from that garden position with the door down and need to expend the ammo to try and get rid of it, to try and open up lines of sight.
They're waiting for the lockdown to come underway. No one has been caught off guard. They've isolated all the players to one side of the map here. This could be a good chance. They could all pre-fire, but they're holding it to half so far. Nicely done. They have connected the shot, but they do have more time to work with now. But it's all up to Goffy. He needs to come up huge. First shot down. He needs more to come, but there's just too many players from No Poaching waiting. It's just one too many, and Vicious takes him out, and just like that, No Poaching. It took them a while, but they do have the lead now.
Yeah, what was a quick start in map number 1. This time, it was looking like it could be a little bit more of an even affair, let's say. But No Poaching just really starting to gain control now. And this is something in which leftovers have to be wary of, especially being on that defender side. With the rotations being relatively quick from the two bomb sides, they have to be wary not to let No Poaching get too much of an advantage. We're heading into the final round of the half. Is it going to be a 6-6 half or a 7-5 in favour of No Poaching?
The question here. 6-6 half, couldn't have been closer. The Vipers always going to push right against it. That may have been slightly too greedy. They want to catch them off guard, but surely that wouldn't have worked out. They needed a miracle to make it work, and now they're down 2 players, and that could be brutal. Lynxy needs to have a well-good lineup for it to work. Missing out on the shot. Lynxy's still alive. He finds 3 heads. Lynxy, no way you pull that off. But now down to a 2-on-2. They've got a good chance. They know exactly where it is, and Hunter's Fury is available, and it does come through. He manages to find some damage, expects a reposition. It doesn't come through, but it does a second time around. And now it means that they do have the backstab coming through from Chak. He's looking for that kill.
This could be huge. If he times this to well, perfectly, he could find DH into that close angle. The Hunter's Fury, the Snova Dart coming through, trying to find that shock dart. Damage, and Chak, good for one. Lynxy was on for the ace there, but shut down through the wall. He finds another, a second through the heaven position, and Chak's doubled
BM
up.
as well.
Exactly, you absolutely love to see it. What a round there, and Chak finding the double through heaven. Brilliant stuff. No Poaching puts 7 rounds on the board. Lynxy, what was an excellent start to the round, quickly turned on its head. The flank coming through and finding both of these frags is brilliant.
Oh man, I'm not quite sure if we can get the replay again with Lynxy getting that 3K there, but if we could, that would be perfect, because in my mind, I had it slide to the left, slide to the right.
Yeah, again, right?
Like perfect,
we
man.
speak about this isolating
beautiful.
of fights. That's what he was doing perfectly there. He was playing around the box to isolate those fights, and he did it to the highest level. Found all 3 frags and allowed himself to reposition for a 4th and allow for the sport to come through. Brilliant stuff from them, and a 7-5 half in favour of No Poaching. Now, one thing to mention, we've had an update from the other semi-final, and it's Rugrats who lead 1-0 over Taron Miller. A somewhat bit of an upset there.
Somewhat right. Taron Mill has been one of the better teams throughout the Rich GG Opens, right? So every single month, Taron Mill seems to be one of the up-and-comers, one of the top dogs.
Yeah.
But Rugrats taking out the first map will seem that will make the other semi-final also interesting. So heading at the end of this tournament, this is close competition. Leftovers as well. Now they're bouncing back, right? Yes, they've lost quite a few rounds in a row. Yes, it's No Poaching now on the driving seat, but still, they're showing that they're still in this to win this. They still want to grab out another one. With first kill coming through, No Poaching yet again have the advantage, and it looks like they may want to head towards the A site. Look at the spike movement.
I know, this could actually work in their favour. I mean, they're trying to get map control for the time being, but Goffer pushing up the double stack over towards short could be gifted a frag. DH needs to be careful. Just peeked his head above, and it could pay the price.
Indeed, but they do cross forwards mode, does take out Goffy just like that. Slaps him silly, knocks him out of existence.
30 seconds left.
Their leftovers now in that 3v5, not really favouring them ever so much, but they need to find those quick frags, picking through, barely able to survive throughout that. Just stepping on an air will be his downfall, but Ozzy will hold down the lineup. Surely we'll be able to find one at least. Finds 2 instead. He overperforms in that situation, and running out of time, Lynxy can't do all too much. Gets taken out on No Poaching, continue winning out.
Yeah, no poaching, starting to regain that absolute dominance they had in map number 1. It was a very even affair in that first half, but brilliant. They're shutting things down, and Aussie, with the frenzy, we know what that can do. Element to find the trade onto Linksy, who's had a very solid performance himself. Only player on his side up to that double-digit mark, but it's Vicious and Mo who are leading the way in terms of frags, sitting comfortably on 12. Vicious is 12-5. What a stunning start. No poaching. They put 8 rounds on the board. And of course, picking up that pistol round allows you a much better buy into that second round. We're going to see Spectres, full armor, and utility. Potential 9th here.
Definitely is potential. See if this can pull this off. Vicious does go for the wide swing. He's got the Spectre to work with, and against the mere pistols, there's nothing much you could do about it. You don't even need utility. Yes, I guess there's a toxic pit in front of him. That is dangerous, and if you step on it, you will die. But nonetheless, I mean, it's just a simple mowdown, no poaching. They start to get a nice lead right now. They get themselves 4 rounds up against their opponents, 9-5. Not too bad.
Yeah, not a bad start at all. No poaching. What was a very slow start for them. They've really turned things around. They've started to find that momentum, started to find those rounds. And, well, if you take a look at that, was that 7 rounds in a row? I mean, can't really take it away from them at all. No poaching. On this defender side as well, they're a fearsome sight. They're very, very good at locking things down as well. They really do play that defender side aggression to the best of their ability. They find the angels, find the frags, and leftovers. A bit of a sticky situation here, but they're coming in with a much better buy.
They do indeed. Now with the Vandals to come at work, they will start trickling in forwards. Won't be able to get very far. They've got a massive pit of death in front of them. Therefore, they won't really aggress that quickly. Although they've slowly found their way onto the side, right? They've managed to trickle themselves forwards. Although they do lose a play in the process, they may have gained the access that they need. Element, though, is not going to make that easy. Chat takes another one. Element as well. Reigns supreme from above. Only has a sheriff to work with, but he makes it look beautiful. Finally gets taken out. No more menacing situations for him. But nonetheless, Linksy's got a tough task ahead of him. 3 players he has to deal with, and all of them in a very difficult position. Aussie comes in from behind, comes through with a backstab, and that's going to be double digits again for no poaching.
Huge from no poaching as well. That was a bonus round from them. So coming in, taking those angels, finding those fights, and finding those frags means that for that economy for leftovers, it's well and truly shattered. It will now be just an eco into next. Upgraded pistols to come in to try and support something. But stunning once again from no poaching. They lead 10-5. They've doubled the scoreline of their opponents, and they're looking to make even further damage. Heavy favourites to put 11 from the board with this full buy coming into the next, and an operator in hand is always a threat.
Absolutely. It just kind of goes for the same thing every single time, though. That will be his downfall. Okay, he got caught off guard. I guess if you go for the same trick one too many times, eventually you'll get punished. That seems to be the case yet again. Now mid control, eager to get underway for no poaching. Look at the positioning of 2 players already from top mid. Shot boat to come through as well. That does so much damage to DH. And even though he does pull the wall down, it's not going to be enough to hold down his life. No poaching. Seem like they want to continue to win out rounds. Though Embo, this could be very sneaky. Element there and waiting. Yeah, he gave him no chance. And with the Sona to give away his position, seems like Linksy will soon fall as well. 11 now picked up by no poaching, and now they seem unstoppable.
They do seem unstoppable, and well, with 11 on the board, they need 2 rounds to take this series 2-0. This has been such a good performance from no poaching, and a real resurgence from them. What was a very lackluster start, a bit of a stagnant start from this side, has really turned on its head. They're starting to gain control, or they already have got that control, and with that momentum behind them, things are looking ever better. An operator in the hands of Element, always a threat as per, and things are looking very good. 1 round needed for match and series point, and 2 needed for the match and series.
Let's see if they can pull this off, though. Element with the lineup there, pulls the trigger preemptively. That could be movement towards his favor. But nonetheless, you see this control being quite vital to take over Ascent in your favor. That mid control that you require, but you need to expend quite a lot of utility. And no poaching, having that two controller situation for them does allow them to spend that extra smoke, some extra walls in their favor to keep it at bay for their opponents, at least. And it makes it that much more harder for the attacking side of Leftovers to pull anything off towards it, right? They need to expend everything in their arsenal to kind of get that movement. And by the time that they've gotten themselves that mid control, they need that extra piece of utility to get themselves on a site. So it gets a little bit more tough for Leftovers.
Exactly. They need to be careful, right? I mean, this Leftovers side, of course, they're trying to make something happen. They're trying to go for the trades. The only problem is with utility not really working in their favor for the time being, and No Poaching playing super passive in this round here. They need to force them out of their comfort zone, essentially. Mo waiting for an opportunity, and he's going to find the opener. Chak with one of his own as well. They're starting to already fall apart as Mo doubles up. Brilliant stuff. Leaving it all on to 2. Swinging through. Embo good for 1. Will he make it 2? Won't quite connect as Lynxy finds 1, but Aussie finds the double, and just like that, X-Warrior, we've hit the all-elusive 12. It's 1 round needed for no Poaching to take this series 2-0, and what a showing we've seen from them. 1 round needed to make it to the grand finals.
Oh yeah, what a showing, and what a way to do it as well. All right. Not too bad, not too shabby. It seems like they haven't slowed down from the previous map. I guess you could argue that at the beginning, Leftovers looked a lot stronger. And we sort of saw a little bit of a resurgence come their way, but didn't really last long. No Poaching, I guess they got quickly accustomed to their opponents' tactics, and I love that they can adapt to situations like that fairly quickly. Now, on the attacking side, Leftovers seem not as comfortable as before, to say the least, right? They don't seem at home, and the defense is where they seem to shine the most. And without grabbing these early victories, it gets a little bit more difficult for them. Though they do trade out equally, they do move on towards mid, and Leftovers, this could be a chance for a round for them.
This could be their chance, right? And 1 versus 3. The only thing is you've got to take that down that man Element, who has been so good here. Now he's making his way forward, Element. He's picked himself up a Guardian as well and now stops out for the Phantom. And actually, a durable weapon for this sort of situation. Needs to clear DH towards Market, and this will be a tough one. Clears close pizza, swinging through, won't quite find anything. With 3 remaining players, Leftovers live to see another day. They put a 6th down on the board, and, well, a decent showing there. Maybe potential for them to carry things on. Because it's been a lackluster second half for them. They pick up their first round, though, and maybe a sign of things to come.
Man, map and series point.
Yeah, still a lot to work with. I mean, for No Poaching, they've got such a nice little buffer, right? That the pressure on Leftovers' shoulders must be so immense right now. This is a do or die for them. They need to be flawless here. Push this to OT to take it to map number 3 just to make it to this grand final.
Yeah, and they've got 4 ornaments to work with as well. Vicious drops the Viper's Pit from the start. Make sure that Big Garage won't go in control of Leftovers anytime soon, but they do move up aggressive, right? They don't quite know if anyone is lurking in the shadows, therefore they can't really commit for the orb either if they wanted to get the Hunter's Fury available and running. But, I mean, Sova isn't anywhere close, so that won't even matter. They do go for the mid-control nonetheless, and they don't move against the smokes of Asher onwards. Element does win out on the first trade. Shaq with the other. It looks like it's clean work from the defensive side from No Poaching. Doesn't seem like they're being challenged, although I think it was a slightly over-eager from Leftovers. They didn't use too much Yuda to get a kill. They thought they could get lucky with dry peeking through it, and it just doesn't work out in their favor. And that means that, well, there's only 1 player left for them, and up against the 4 people, that's a tall task to deal. So I think we all know where this is heading. Hunter's Fury may be a fancy way to kill him off, but he does find the A site's uninhabited, so he might go for a spike plant before he dies.
Yeah, exactly. Can get this spike down, and doing so may be an opportunity. We'll close the door as well, so allow himself a bit more of a safer plan. Spike's going to go down in a 1 versus 4. I spoke about it time and time again, right? Isolating fights, well, this is where it needs to be done at the absolute highest level. In a 1 versus 4, things are looking tough, but he's going to be spotted out, and, well, straight away shut down by Mo. It's going to be a 13th on the board for No Poaching, and, well, just like that, they've taken the series 2-0. What a stunning showing from No Poaching. They're heading into that grand final with such confidence. What a showing.
Oh man, it was a complete one-sided affair for No Poaching there, and I have to say, these guys look like they're an unstoppable form, and they've just solidified the fact that they will play in the finals here in the Rick GG May Open, and I must say, Oh man, they're looking like they're definitely one of the two favorites throughout this. I mean, I have nothing else to say. They even up to the
100%.
semifinals against so strong opponents in the scene, they've managed to dismantle them and show that they are one of the best here. And I wouldn't be surprised if they run away with the whole thing.
Yeah, going into that final, right? They must be feeling very, very confident. Of course, we do have a little break going into that final, but we do have a slight proposition. If the other semi-final goes to map number 3, we're going to jump in for that third map. Of course, that's Rugrats and Tara Mill, currently standing at 1-0 to Rugrats. But if it gets on map number 3, we're jumping in for that one, and that's going to be high intensity. Then, again, we speak about these do-or-die situations. Well, there it is there. Map number 3, one of those two teams will be facing the likes of, well, arguably one of the best sides we've seen of Rick so far in that final, and that's going to be a tough final, to say the least. But that's the plan so far. If that goes to map number 3, we'll jump back on the broadcast. If not, we'll have a very short break before getting underway in towards that grand final. Next, I don't know about you, but I'm excited for that one.
Oh, absolutely, man. It's going to look amazing. It's going to be fantastic, and I'm looking forward to it 100%. And yeah, you know, we're just going to have to wait and see. But for the time being, we'll be heading into a slight break. So hope you guys are ready, but make sure you keep this tab open, right? Make sure you stick around because we could be heading into a map 3 of the semi-final, or we'll be heading into the final. Either way, it's going to be action-packed, so make sure you stick around.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's that time of the tournament. We're getting on the way into the grand finals in just a moment of the Ricks GG Open. It's Rugrats taking on No Poaching after Rugrats take down Tara Mill 2-0. And that's a huge victory for them because Tara Mill, a dominant side who have looked very good in every Ricks tournament so far.
Yeah, man, the fact that they're out of it already means... I mean, we're talking about already, but the semi-finals, they did manage to get so far into it. But yeah. I guess it gives us a testament to how well-refined Rugrats are right now, because we previously did see No Poaching, and to be able to beat a team of such caliber with a matchup that is so talented, with players all around that's so capable winning out on their own particular roles, knowing how well they are on it, Rugrats needs to come up with the big guns to actually have a pretty decent showing against these guys.
Exactly, and already seen the picks and bans here. Rugrats going for that insta-ban of Icebox, and I have to say, I'm happy to see it. Bind going out as well, so the two Marmite maps, the two you either love them or hate them maps, out of the pool already, leaving Rugrats to pick first, and they're going to go with Haven.
Yeah, first map for Haven. Haven't seen it today thus far, so it'll be an interesting affair. Ascent, yet again, the second map of the semi-finals of No Poaching. And now split to be the final and decider. Ooh, I like this, Neo. I love this. And starting things off on Haven, it's that three-site split up that we haven't seen today. And I'd love to see that get underway.
No, I do love a bit of Haven. I think Haven really tests a team's defensive side, right? Because when you're on Haven, of course, you've got three sides to cover. You can be spread just that little bit thin, and, well, a bit of overextension can cost you everything. We normally see, one person stacked over on towards that C site, and a lot of times that is actually a cipher, because obviously you can pop your camera down, get the information without having to face. But either way, agents are being selected, and, well, for the side, we're already seeing a full insta-lock. Jet coming in already for Elements. We know how good he was in that map number 2 in that semi-final. Brilliant from him. Jack going for the Cypher. Did a very good job of that. And Ozzy picking up the Astra. Again, Astra seeming to be that insta-pick for both sides time and time again. A ridiculously good character. And, well, seems to definitely pay dividends.
Well, fairly a different lineup, though, throughout it. I think the only same agent throughout both of the sides is that Jet. Every single one of the others, unless I'm missing... And Astra. Okay, Jet and Astra are the bread and butter of this map, I guess, if you will. Though, we're seeing quite a massive difference throughout it. We've got Killjoy as a Sentinel on the one side, and on the other side, we have that double stack up of a Sage and Cypher going through for No Poaching. And interestingly enough, they are starting off from the attacking side, so they'll have a couple of Sentinels to work with on that regard. And seeing that Astra is also an issue, I always love to argue that Astra is sort of a combination of a controller and a Sentinel at the same time. She can put her hands on so many aspects in the game. So, yeah, No Poaching, looking to control their way onto their map.
Can they get off to a good start? Of course, No Poaching. Starting on that attacker's side, they want to get that dominance cemented early doors. Really want to put Rugrats through their paces, put the pressure on, and by starting on the attacker's side, that's exactly what they're looking to do. They're playing aggressive, looking for those fights.
Ooh, and look at the stack up from Rugrats as well. All three players onto the B-bomb site, of course. There is that Killjoy lurking towards C right ahead. But other than that, they're all going to reposition as a unit. Now, that is something you don't see too much, but I do like it from them, right? They don't spread out. They don't have lurkers. They just want to make sure they have the right numbers advantage to get themselves that win straight out of the bat. But the movement towards Garage, it might be too little too late for them to cross on forwards. Flash will allow them to peek on forward, but Mo does get taken down to 40 points of health as the shock bolts come underway. That's a substantial amount of damage, but dashing away just in time through the smoke, peeking through. Sava gets one, Jusu as well with the other one. And just like that, they devour their opponents. Only 2 players left from the No Poaching side, and make that one. Already Chak is all by himself, and he can't do a single thing. Jusu takes him out.
What a good start for the Rugrats side, and already starting to see that dominance come out in a decent amount of fashion. Rugrats aside with a very, very stacked roster of their own, and seeing those Pistols get off to a very good start. Safa, Jusu, who was a dominant player in the last Ricks tournament as well. So good on that fragging ability, hence why he picks up that Jet pick, and off to a brilliant start as he picks up 3 kills. Rugrats take round number 1 in the grand finals and allow themselves a nice and comfortable bye into this second round. We're going to see Spectres picked up, supported by the full armor and utility. Things are looking on the up for the Rugrats side as they look to start spacing away from No Poaching.
Oh, absolutely. They want to make sure that they get a little bit of a buffer between themselves and their opponents, get that early lead in their way. I think they've got good means to actually turn that into fruition. So you've got that mover from Juicy as well. You've got a couple players from Rugrats leaning towards that right side of the map, and they're in a very sneaky angle, right? Both of them could peek out at any second. Although Chuck may have a feeling about this, peeks on through, and that's perfect timing. They hear the cam come underway, and they peek out just in time. 2-for-1 trade in favor of the Rugrats.
Yeah, now harder to make this work in their favor. I have no poaching with the man disadvantage and need to be careful. Juicy's going for the aggressive peak as well. Juicy also only opting for the frenzy. He's looking to save up for that operator. He's playing the long-term game, and he knows with the significantly better buy on his teammate, he has a lot of opportunity here. The dink coming through. Matty getting information for the time being. Safa picking up the opener onto his element. Make that one with Matty as well, where Juicy will shut things down. Finds one with that frenzy in hand, and Juicy playing that long-term game, as I mentioned, waiting to save up for that operator to give his chance a real, give his side a real chance, right? I mean, with him and an operator in hand, he was disgustingly good in the last tournament, and he's done exactly that. He's picked up the operator as expected. Juicy now with the operator in hand is a threat.
Oh, absolutely. And I think I like Rugrats' approach from the start. You know, obviously they were favored to win that round, but the fact that they didn't fear of playing in the aggressive angles mean that they're willing to head in this game with the right mindset, the mindset of victors. This is the grand finals after all, and they want to be the victors of this series.
Exactly. And well, so far things are looking good for Rugrats. Can they keep going with the snowball effect? No poaching. They will be coming into this next round with a much more confident buy-in. Potential to put a first on the ball for them, and maybe in turn start to tie things up.
Element of massive difference maker over to the semi-final. Earlier on, such a valuable player for the side of no poaching, but now he's got a big opponent against him. Jusu is absolutely mad when it comes to fragging out in terms of finding kills when they shouldn't be found. Can absolutely perform out of it as well, and we're just seeing it right now. Operator hand takes out Mo, and all of a sudden down in numbers, no poaching. One after the other, they get eliminated. And with the operator in such a close angle, but most of the time you'd say that's greedy, but takes the bake. Nice little swing to come underway, and he draws back instead. Smoke to follow that angle. But no poaching, they've still got 3 players there waiting, still want to aggress onto it, but finally a kill goes away for yet another time in the favor of Jet. And just like that, there's just 2 players left for no poaching, and there's no entry to any of the sites for them.
I told you Jusu was a threat, right? I told you with the operator in hand, he is really one to watch out for. A walking highlight reel as well, and already getting off to a pretty good start in the fragging department, as you mentioned, with 2 remaining players, no poaching. Essentially for them, all they're looking for is just a couple of consolation frags. Vicious, good for 1 on towards Musashi, but Aussie just holding down the fort a little bit, locking out that long position. The 2 remaining players will survive and live to see another day. But in a 4 vs 2 situation, Rugrats, a third on the board. They remain flawless as well. And while no poaching, we mentioned they were a side with a lot of tier 1 experience. Rugrats, they do not care. They're answering right back with a stellar start of their own.
Yeah, no, they've got a lot of talent in their team themselves. I mean, look at the entire lineup. These guys have got so much potential throughout it, you know. Massive capabilities throughout them, and playing as a unit now under the name of Rugrats is definitely where they want to be. You know, they started to perform so far in the RixGG tournament in this May Open so far. They've gotten themselves to the final with really good wins against strong opponents as well, and now finding themselves here, they definitely deserve it. You know, they've got 100%. Themselves against no poaching right now, which is a strong and formidable opponent to face, but they're going to have to make it worth with a buy coming through. They're going to draw back with the paint shells underway, but what you notice about Rugrats, look at their rotations. They're quick to react to this movement. As soon as they get the information, they wrap around. But now they may consider the repositioning.
Exactly. Now can they turn this in their favor, right? Especially in this 5 vs 5 situation. They spotted the initial information, but can they turn that into a frag? Can they capitalize on the information gain? Musashi sitting in that close angle in towards short, waiting for an opportunity, waiting for someone to unwaringly walk into those crosshairs. But for the time being, Ozzy will make the informed decision to fall back, wait for the utility to support, and in doing so, give himself a stronger opportunity at the frag.
So far, we have seen Rugrats play Haven a couple of times throughout this tournament.
Yeah.
Been able to pull out victories in every single one of them, and Jusu won't be able to do too much out of that as he takes it through. Oh, okay, Musashi, just like that, destroys 3 people of his opponent's side, and just finally, Element is able to eliminate him. Not for long. The resurrection does come through, and it's a 3 versus 3 approaching that 20-second mark. They are going to reposition to the other side of the map.
Yeah, I said Musashi was waiting like a lion for his prey in the wild, right? Waiting for him to walk into those crosshairs. That's exactly what they do, and he farms the frags. But Vicious good for 1, looking to make it 2 as well, as he knows the position of Safa. Clearing the close angle, won't quite work in his favour. Safa good for 1, make that 2, looking to make it 3 as well. Cleared in the angles, but Element is the last remaining pillar to hold that spike in place.
Hold it down as well, Element. Oh, holds down his life, but not good enough. 1 kill too many for him to face, and Rugrats with the defuse, they continue their winning way. You know, many of these times, these wins don't usually go their way when you've got that upgraded weaponry on the other side, but now it's a 4-0 start for them, and they don't look like they want to slow down.
Yeah, remaining flawless and in the most immaculate of fashion from No Poaching. Of course, you know, a pretty dominant semi-final from them, right? A 2-0, looking very comfortable over when now they're really being put through their paces, because Rugrats, they're in complete control for the time being and looking to further extend it. Because if you take a look at No Poaching, that economy looking in dire straits.
Yeah, it's not looking great at all. I'm going to try and make it work, and a showstopper instantly available. Blaze Storm getting started here as they will start to aggress onwards towards the B-bomb site. Uninhabited so far, but the wraparound is already on its way. They will try and go in for the pincer play as Element does try to create space for his team, but he does receive a bullet to the head. That's going to make him fairly low, and needs to run away from the boom pot. Mooks back, finds a headshot onto Matty, and continues onwards. Reset of the knives, but it doesn't work out in his favor. Mo now with the Sheriff trying to hold down his lines, able to find one, but not good enough for a second. While that is all happening, they've created space towards the A site and got the spike down.
Exactly, and now, the operator shot not quite connecting. Jusu looking for it, but not quite gifted it. Oh, he's been spammed through as well. Gonna have to drop down and try and find something, and this is asking a lot here. Waiting for an opportunity, waiting to pounce, and waiting for the support of Senburn and Safa to come through from that defender side spawn. Jusu now open, and Vicious finds the shot through the utility. It's all onto one man, and Vicious will shut things down. It's a thrifty round number 1 on the board for No Poaching, and they finally turn something in their favor, because things were looking like they were going to go from bad to worse. But with a first run on the board, potential here. And on top of that, an operator collected for Element. Now it's Jet versus Jet, operator versus operator.
Ooh, you love to see that. And so far, it looks like Juicy had the better of his opponents so far, winning that trade, topping up the server. But Element, you know, he is in his element now, if you will. I had to throw on that punch. I'm sorry. I had to bring out that pun. But
I'm short of disappointed.
Yeah, I had to, man. It was there. It's been there the entire day, and I haven't pulled it out. I had to. But now that I have, I can't really say it another time, right? It's been used. Just have to put it out of the way. But for now, look at Aussie. They're trying to gain garage control. That is something I haven't done too much as of recently. But I think, were those the Seekers thrown out? Not quite sure. I think, yes, they have actually, but Mo will try to ease on forwards. They've got some information that at least there are 3 players towards the left side of the map, but they will continue anyway. Cosmic Divide coming through. Hunter's Fury doing so much damage. Safa, stop it, man. You're absolutely dirty. And just like that, they eliminate them 1 by 1. Showstopper to end the deal. And just like that, Rugrats take back control over the game.
Stunning stuff. The use of the Hunter's Fury, picking up 2 and the damage on the 3rd as well. With 2 HP remaining for No Poaching, it was a tough ask to try and shut out that site. That retake was immaculate, and Rugrats, as you mentioned, regaining complete control of map number 1 of this finals here. Rugrats are looking like a reformed side and well and truly in the lead here. They got a 4-round buffer. No Poaching, what was a dominant semi-final. Well, they are really being tested here in the grand finals.
Oh, it's the greatest test of them all, man. The decider of all means now trapped back around. Will end up being vulnerable to the end of it, pushing onwards. Nice little flash will get them through, but it's actually the M waiting. Josu, 1-2 lineup for them. That could be the opening!
Oh.
Jack, what was that? The Greek man goes insane, and that could be opening towards the A site. Semba holds his ground for a little bit longer, waits for the repositioning of his teammate, but it might come in slightly too late. Lingering on their approach, No Poaching. Don't really know how they want to approach this until they draw out the Neuro Theft. They know where one of the players are. They know where both of them are, and now they can act accordingly.
Yeah, Now they have to really make a decision here. In the 2 versus 2, Chak just trying to find the entry. Now the information it will be gained. They're trying to clear out the site. They will be able to do it successfully. Senbern waiting for an opportunity to drop his utility of his own. Spike still needs to go down. 45 seconds remaining on the clock, and now they make the decision. Senbern using the utility, but Spike will go down nonetheless. They set up under heaven in the post plant, and they need to lock out these positions.
Oh, they know that this is the best position to play on. Even though Semba does play the heaven angle, they would have expected the killjoy to come from A long or short, and that doesn't really come underway. Cosmic Divide Semba, that's a wasted ultimate. They're playing from the other side of things, but they could even play it in their favor. Chak 1-for-1 trade throughout it. Matty knows his position. It's all a matter of timing, and the Heist behind the other side of the Cosmos. Oh, he's barely visible throughout it. It's just a swing that he requires. Sentry thrown out as well, but Manny gets the angle. He eliminates his opponent, puts a bullet straight between his eyes, and Rugrats just in time take over this round.
That was right down to the wire, but Matty, nerves of steel, locking out, and Rugrats putting that all elusive sick. With a 5-round buffer now, things are looking spectacular for this side. Jusu, again, he is a man on fire and an unstoppable beacon, shutting things down. Chak did pick up that double sheriff shot and made that a definitely more potential round. Spike going down as well, definitely positive signs and silver linings for no poaching, but Rugrats still look in complete control. With 6 rounds on the board, things look to get even better.
Oh my word, Neo. We've got a game on our hands. We've got a series. It's just the first map, and it's already so darn exciting. Even though it seems like a one-sided affair on the scoreline, it is close every single round. Or most of it, at least, if you don't consider those utter destruction from the start. But no poaching, they're trying to put themselves in the right rhythm. They weren't quite tested in the previous semi-final, but the last time we saw them being in such a deficit was over an Ascent on the semis, and it took them quite some time to find their form in that map. But as soon as they did, as soon as they managed to read their players, they were back at it and didn't drop a single round throughout it. Now that's sort of what I'm expecting from the no poaching side, but so far Rugrats are making this a very difficult ordeal for them.
Yeah, definitely for the time being. Oh, Safa, don't take that peek. Not against Element with an operator in hand. Still, they wait for an opportunity. Now with the information kind of gained, there's at least one over in this sort of angle. Nice shot from Mo as well. Quickly gets rid of this over dart, and the shock dart as well he avoids nicely. They're still pushing their way slowly up towards being a Senbern spots the information. Rotation will come through, utility down, and now it's going to be an all-out brawl as Jusu opens things up.
Oh, and doesn't get punished in time. Repositions us to the red side. Now come the Blades. Draws out. What an updraft. Finds the finishing blow into Vicious. And that does mean it's a 2v4. I nearly said 5, but it's 4. It's 4, right? And it may be even less for the side of no poaching. The rotation coming in from behind. Chak, it's a valiant effort for him, but it's not going to be good enough. Rugrats, now with 7, they guarantee that they will be ahead at half-time.
Oh, I'm loving life right now. What a final we have been gifted here. Rugrats, they have come up all guns blazing. But still, real signs of life and no poaching. They're just struggling to see out these rounds. They're finding the frags. They're bringing it right down to the wire. It's just about that last, well, essentially that last infraction. That's where they're really starting to struggle. It's 7 on the board for Rugrats. And X-Warrior, a 6-round lead.
It's starting to look scary for no poaching, but Element, I think he's not going to hold back from this. He's got the Blaze Storm to work with. Plays out with the Wolf. No one spotted out just yet, but they know there's someone at least playing in window. Shockboat's keeping them at bay, but the Owl Drone will be of essence for the time being. They've spotted it. It lingers some extra moments. Position, Stars thrown out, looking to pull them back out, and here comes a drop from Safa. That may have been a little bit too greedy. Gets traded through as Maddie grabs out another. Semba as well, holding down his own. And just like that, it is a 3-on-3. Still a close affair, but with Shaki in this position, we'll be able to catch Josu off guard. Neural Theft, that's exactly what they need. They can go full straight onto the A site now.
Yeah, now with this control, no poaching, a real opportunity. As you mentioned, A site completely clear. Spike will go down, post-plant positions starting to get set up. But look at Senbern, he's trying to cause a nuisance, flanking in and could even find it. Chak needs to be careful. Senbern waiting and holding, and oh, actually, Chak seems to be aware of the rotation coming through, so he could even Find a frag in towards mid himself. He's holding in towards window.
Making a lot
Sound
of
cues will have been
noise.
heard, though. Yeah, that is problematic. He's going to be chased down with the support coming in. Vicious needs to be careful, and Matty will find the frag. Chak needs to find a trade here.
Oh, no way, he holds his ground. The bot doesn't quite spot him out. But that means it's all by himself, and he's completely stunned. No way they win this through. And he's got plenty of time to work with the defuse. How does that turn out the way it does? No poaching were gifted around, with no one holding down the A site, with no one being there and waiting, with having the numbers advantage. But it wasn't good enough.
Wasn't good enough, Rugrats. This is testament to their ability as players, right? Their retakes have been immaculate. In a situation where it seemed impossible, not gonna happen by any means, Rugrats turn it on its head, and no poaching with a man advantage fail to see out the round once again, meaning that Rugrats are gonna put 8 rounds on the board, take a 7-round lead, and further extend that economy. But no poaching. Things were looking like it could be an opportunistic moment for them to get back into this game. Well, not anymore. 8-1, Rugrats lead, a 7-round advantage.
Do indeed. The key can even keep this going, man. Got 2 ultimates available. Obviously, there's a resurrection in the hands of no poaching, but without any early advantage, it's not going to really work out. Oh, Semba! Oh, might not be the best of angles for him to work with that, but the wall will allow them to get the plant down nonetheless. Extra time created, extra space as well. Spotted out, though, needs to move out of position. Element could have caught a couple of people off guard, but here comes a spray through. Matty wins out on that one, but doesn't live long enough to tell the tale. Element rips them apart, but it's all up to Masashi and Jusu right now. They need to find a better angle. Both players from the same location. Smoke coming out and Boomblock potentially spot out Element. Paint shells as well. They know where one of them are at least, but Element, he's looking for the full-on ace. He wants all 5.
Go on, give it to him.
Be able to do so. Jusu. Oh, I don't think he's not a certain man that will give that to his opponents. Now he does find the kill. Oh, Mo finds a blow. No ace. But it's not going to matter. They take a round.
I mean, even still, that 4K was brilliant, right? Opening things up. He went so aggressive in towards mid. Found that very advanced position. So much so that Semba was caught off guard. Didn't expect it to be so pushed forward so far. And, well, was caught completely sleeping, completely napping. Down he goes. Man advantage in favour of no poaching. And they capitalise on it. This time with the man advantage, they find the round. A second on the board. Bringing the deficit back to only 6. And are now starting to put a bit of a foothold in towards this game. They need a real strong finish here in the latter part of this first half, but that's a good way to start it. The one thing to mention, though, is that, well, Rugrats, they've already guaranteed themselves at least a lead heading into that second half. So, long-term, things are looking good for them, but Element picks up 1, looking to make it 2 as well.
And the dash allowed them to get out into safety in time, and now repositioning for yet another. Things are looking bright for no poaching if they want to bring things back. They still have potential for 4 rounds this half. With those grabbing out, they will get around closer to it. Seems like it. Safa, you know, 1 bullet, wherever it may find him on his body, should be enough to close him out. Though he's looking for some extra damage. Shockbot as well could close out a couple of players, but not going to happen. We'll draw back, eager to save his weaponry. Although minimal. Just a sheriff. Nice wrap-up. But it's a classic to end the deed against them. No poaching, they find a 3rd. And they've got another round of potential to close up the gap slightly before the half ends.
Yeah, exactly right. A 3rd on the board makes it slightly more doable, slightly better for them. But still, of course, quite the notable deficit. If they can put a 4th on the board at 8-4, definitely not the end of the world. What a good start here from Element. Picks the 1st, repositions himself nicely for the 2nd, and absolutely deletes Musashi. And, well, a 3rd on the board. But still, Rugrats with 8 to their name. They are well and truly still in control. If they get a 9th here, this could already be the beginning of the end. But Element does not care. He's going aggressive to make a statement here.
How many times have Element had his Blade Storm available already? I think this is the 3rd, if I'm not mistaken. Not too bad, especially on being such a deficit. Spot out turret. We'll be pre-firing it in time. That's going to give them access. No one there and waiting. It's going to be a fallback approach from Rugrats. But it's the hold on Duke. Look at that. That is beautifully done. They've lured out all the players of Rugrats, made them move out of position. And this is a free site to take. Now, Hunter's Fury, it's a little bit too late to the party. They don't find it, and it's a slightly unorthodox position to plant on as well. So No damage found, no exchange, and that's full C control for them. Okay, yes, the lockdown does come through, and this is potential for them, and they will aggress as well. They want to eliminate it soon. Showstopper brought out. Safa Josu winning out on the trades. They will try and win it, and they've got the numbers now spotted out for the time being. Aussie will try and hold down his line. Josu moves out of the smoke. Headshot found. Rugrats, they don't care they were at a deficit. They're going to win it either way. DQ's coming out, and it's 9-3 at halftime.
God, what a hectic finish to that round. Utility frags galore to finish things off, but it's Rugrats to put up that 9th round. They're 1 away from double digits, and this first round could be what is needed to hit double digits. Rugrats have made such a statement here. Map number 1, they're looking to go aggressive into map number 2, and the way they've been playing so far, now heading onto their attacking side, they are a side to be feared. No poaching. They wanted to start on that attacking side to really cement, a good start, an aggressive start into this map, and it actually worked against them. They weren't able to execute effectively, and despite there being 3 sides to choose from, they struggled to pick up more than those 3 rounds. For Rugrats, picking this piss round could mean the beginning of the end.
And now slowly looking to ease forwards. This the round to switch things up a little. Very poaching. They've got a way to go if they want to bring things back in their favor. Although they're on the defense now, this is something that they can work with, This is definitely within the realms of possibility, that's for sure. Now, Safa will only have the delicacy of spotting out 1 player with the owl drone there, but the aggression comes through from Josu nonetheless. There's no fear when in the eyes of this man, though. Vicious will hold down his own for a little bit more. Headshot collected, but, the wraparound is there. Collected from short. There are 3 players that are on rotation duty, but maybe the damage has been done. Rugrats have got 4 players remaining.
Yeah, well, I was sort of questioning, right? Tyron Mill, a very, very good side. How are they out in a 2-0 fashion? And now I understand why. Rugrats, they've done such a good job. Now on their attacking side, they've got the spike down, they've set these post-bomb positions, and on top of that, they've set up the crossfires. But Element, good for one of his own. The utility coming through from Aussie, trying to allow themselves to explode onto the side. Weaving across Sembo, and will he clear the close angle? He finds the trade, looking to make it 2, but won't quite connect. And Aussie Matty trade all away, but it's Chak to find the finishing blow. And well, Ex-Warrior, no poaching, putting a 4th on the board. This could spell things to come for the defender side. They retake the side nicely. Very good use of utility despite being initially in the man disadvantaged situation. A nice retake from no poaching. More of what we expect on this side as well.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a start to a sort of a comeback that could come underway, right? This is definitely not the end for Rugrats. They have some 3 rounds in total before they actually close out this first map. And with no poaching grabbing out another one, they will surely be closing out the gap. But what I love to see right now is the full investment from Rugrats. They're not shying away from a buy here. They're putting all their funds into these Spectres, and they've got some light shields to work with as well.
And this could, must be fearsome. Oh, the Guardian went for the couple of shots, does deal a bit of damage, but for the most part, doesn't quite connect how it is intended. Looking to find the heads, won't quite do so for the time being. But Rugrats, playing aggressive here, went over towards C. Actually dealt a bit of damage as well over towards Element. Needs to be careful not to overextend now, especially with that HP at a bit of a low kind of point. As we mentioned, both sides have picked up as much of a full bite as they possibly can, trying to force things across the line. Rugrats, they desperately want this 10th, because in doing so, the pressure really starts to build on no poaching, let's say.
Now Rugrats easing in through mid, and I think that's the best decision they could have made. Yes, okay, there are a couple of wide traps there from Cypher to close up the D. Josu peeks on forwards, doesn't even matter. Assistance from his teammate to break things off, but continues to move on forwards, continues to press on W, and he won't even stop to say hello. He doesn't mind. There's no etiquette on this man. He just sees people, shoots them down, and just like that, it means that Rugrats will continue to take things over. Aussie will look to devour a couple of his own, but it might not be good enough. 3 kills, puts things at a deficit, but it won't even matter. The round goes to Rugrats either way.
Ooh, that was, I thought for a slight second he might have found another there, but either way, even finding the 3rd was immaculate. Essentially the 180 to find the Sova was ridiculous, but Aussie doing a good job, but not quite good enough. Matty shuts things down, and Rugrats puts 10 rounds on the board. Ex-Warrior, they've hit the all-elusive double digits, and now the pressure really starting to mount on No Poaching. They've got a 6-round deficit to catch up with, and to make matters even worse for the defender side, they'll be coming into this next round with just an eco. A force buy at best with the Sheriffs, where it's not going to be the easiest.
It's not going to be very easy, is it? Pulling things back in their favor is a tall task nonetheless. Musashi looking to ease on forward, spotting out one player throughout it though, but you know what? There's movement from C-Long. They're already aggressing forwards. Double stack up there for them. That's a free. The other kill could be a rifle in their hands as well, but I'm not quite sure if they managed to collect it. Instead, Rugrats, cleverly enough, instead of waiting to get pincered in, they move up to one's direction, make it their own. A site to come underway as well. Nice little cloud smoke to keep himself unscathed as the spike does go down, but nonetheless, they continue to move on forwards. Blazed on from Jusu. They're looking to bring the fight to their opponents rather than waiting themselves. Beautifully done. Now peeks on forwards, right click, a little bit too wide and does get knocked out. Do they expect Musashi there as well? They do not. Headshot found. 3 against 3 and the blast pack there to solidify the advantage. Musashi, you are cracked, sir. And now with some patience, he can hold down the line for longer. Mo, all by himself. Nothing much he can do but get a bullet straight to his head. Rugrats, they're well on their way to close this map.
Yeah. Very, very aggressive play in those post-bar positions. Musashi just sitting, waiting, and finding the frags towards heaven. The double up as well towards Ozzy was sublime. Musashi doing such a good job pushing forward, getting those really advanced post-plants as well, because she can play things quite passive, sit on site, but that allows for No Poaching to get those, nice forward positions and actually go for the execute and the retake. But really well played from Rugrats. They went searching for the fight. They knew with that man advantage as well, they could deal and could do so without it being too much of a risk, and it works in their favor. It's really, really well played from Rugrats, and they thoroughly deserve that 11th round. And in doing so, they won away from map point in map number 1.
Oh man, things looking dicey for No Poaching. It's unfamiliar territory from as far as we've seen them so far in the tournament.
For sure.
Uncharted territories for them as well. We need one more team to face to close this tournament and put it in their bag. They're not having an easy time whatsoever now. Garage to be taken right now. They are going for that push, and the fact that No Poaching have got a couple of players to hold it through means that it isn't going to be the easiest of affairs. They know that Cypher's nearby at least, and Astra has been the dedicated anchor towards C either way, so they know they've got some fair view to the face, but Josu, aggression to be shown, and I'm not quite sure they know the movement, or else the star there would have been already moved up, maybe stunned to come underway, but as soon as they spot him out, oh no, but still sneaky position for him to take. 1 kill found, and as the rest of them move towards the A bomb site, that is a perfect kill to come underway. Now alternative angle could be taken, but Mo misses out on a prime chance to put them up ahead. Can't move out of that. You can't use a dash against it, and just like that, Musashi takes one out. Rugrats, they will be finding themselves a map point if they take this round at home. And with 3 players remaining for No Poaching, they well and have the chance to do so. Vicious moving forwards, looking for the headshot, won't be able to do so. Kretz greeted by so much utility. Oh, it's just too much to handle. And Musashi, how about that? Continues to devour them one by one, and he's grabbed 4 throughout the round. That is insane from the Rugrats.
Yeah, Musashi, we mentioned about that aggressive post blast. He's done it exactly again. What a round from him to put up to a total of 17 as Rugrats. They've hit 12 on the board. They're 1 away from taking map number 1. And unfortunately, to make matters just a little bit worse for No Poaching, when things couldn't be any worse, they're coming into the next round with a pretty rough buy. Spectre's coming out, supported by 1 Bulldog and a very mixed amount of armor and utility. Not going to be the easiest round to say the absolute least for No Poaching, and with everything on the line, Rugrats look in a very comfortable position to take map number 1 away. 13-4. Utility pops on. Musashi entering. He's going for the aggressive play, and he's not going to find the frag with the Bulldog good for the first.
Oh, they didn't spot out Ozzy through that. He's good for 2 throughout it, but that was the only ultimate they had at hand. They had Cosmic Divide, but no longer. Now that they've lost it, and now it's a 2v2. It could not be a closer affair to close things out. Rugrats, they're being tested. But the Cosmic Divide does come through from Rugrats either way. Pushing onwards, Vicious gets caught off with another flash. Here comes Mo! He keeps his team in the game, and just like that, No Poaching grab another.
when everything was on the line, a do or die moment, Mo comes alive. The early entries, the early trades as well from No Poaching were excellently played. Ozzy finding the double, element one of his own as well, but it's Mo to shut things out when needed most. He comes up clutch and really, really well played. The utility, we talk about it time and time again, Mo utilized it excellently, and the transfer across with 14 points of health remaining. Mo, nerves of steel, did not falter and did not fall at the 5th on the board for No Poaching, and they live to see another day.
This is becoming a close affair, even though like comeback would look slim. They do win out on the trades initially, but they get eventually traded out. Scored a hurt for the side of No Poaching. Rugrats have the delicacy of choosing the angle they want to attack next. Ozzy moving up forwards, finds a headshot. That's a beauty of a kill. That sets them up nicely in numbers. They can work with this now. Rugrats, they need a pick at least to bring things back in their favor. Nice little sequence of blast packs, but they know where he is. Spy cam was absolutely perfect. They are going to linger a little bit longer. Well, they've got the Seekers available. That's all pretty much that No Poaching have. They can spot them out whenever. Lockdown available for Rugrats. They can make that work, but it's best to use it when the Spike was already down. And here come the Seekers. There's no hiding now. They'll be revealed sooner or later as he does aggress as well. They're expecting the garage play and falls back instead. Falls back to safety. Musashi, look at the aggression, doesn't care. Look at the Seekers as well. They're expecting it.
30 seconds left.
But here comes the push. Paint shells as well, recollecting onto the A site. No Poaching. They're going to wrap around it, they know. They're going to wait for the post plant. They're going to wait for it to push up collectively. They may as well throw out the Cosmic Divide as well. They've got the movement. Stun coming out a little bit preemptively. Chak able to find one. Trade from Matty. They will peek on through. Headshot down. Now down to a 1v1. No way they change the tides. How does he win this? He needs to peek on forwards, but he's got the advantage! He does it! Matty takes map number 1 in the favor of Rugrats, in just like that. They draw map in the favor of Rugrats. And what a fashion have they done that so?
What a way to do it as well. The 1 versus 3 does not care. Isolating the fight. I speak about it time and time again because in Valorant, that is the #1 way you win a post-farm position. And he has done that to the most immaculate fashion. Rugrats, what a showing. 13-5. They were dominant. And while looking for more of the same, No Poaching had a stunning semi-final, but they have been well and truly put in their place. In Grand Final map number 1, it's all going the way of Rugrats as they look dominant heading into map number 2.
Man, and there's a scent coming right up. We saw some mixture of emotions when it did come to them early on the semi-finals. But you know, we're just gonna have to wait and see. Let's take a slight break. Let's take a breather because I'm sure the teams also need it. Right? The grand finals are not disappointing so far. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you stick around because we will be back right after the break.
I'm running out of time, every day goes by so fast. And every moment counts, baby, I don't wanna miss a thing. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, or hang out in hotel bars, driving somewhere in your car. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, under the stars. Let's make the most of this night. Come on, baby, take my hand. And we don't need to do the things we don't wanna do. Baby, while we're
And we're back. Hope you guys didn't miss us, because we definitely did. And then now heading into the second map of the grand final. Man, I don't think the first map did disappoint. And looking at the second one, looking it's going to be Ascent, it's definitely going to be an interesting affair as well.
Yeah, 100%. Rugrats, they have come out all guns blazing. 13-5. What a dominant showing on map number 1. Especially when you think of the semi-finals, what we've seen so far from this Leftovers rosters and from no poaching, right? In the semi-final, Leftovers, no poaching. Leftovers were looking amazing, but no poaching really put the brakes on them. And now no poaching, they've got the brakes instantaneously put on them. Really been put in their place. And coming into map number 2, they're going to need a real resurgence because... wow, I don't know, Rugrats, they seem to be unstoppable so far.
Man, you're talking about gas, you're talking about brakes. This isn't the Grand Prix that is going on right now. That's a whole boring affair. We've got something way more exciting here. This is a Valorant, and it's the grand final of Rick's GG May Valorant Open. It's looking insane so far. It hasn't disappointed. It has been the best couple of days throughout it, right? We've had close
100%.
competition, and now onto the finals. Things are not disappointing, but things do mean as such, right? We've got our 2 teams right now that find themselves in the final, and one of the 2 only has gotten that map win. Now heading into Ascent, it's no poaching's time to kind of bring things back, but we're heading right into the picks and bans with the agent select to figure out how things will start out on the set.
Exactly. Yeah, well, of course, you know, we're heading on to Ascent as well. We've seen this map a couple of times on the stream already, and well, let's see if this one plays out the same way we've seen it. Of course, Element going for that jet pick. Sack not actually going for the Cyphers, they're going for the Killjoy supported by Astra, Viper, and Sova. On the other side, Musashi going for Jet himself, Jusu with the Sage, Senbern looking to lock in Astra in just a moment alongside Safa, who's of course going for Sova as well, leaving Matty with a choice. Who does he finish up on? Is he going to go aggressive himself, maybe go for the double jewelers? Haven't seen it too much here. No, going to go for the Killjoy himself, and to be honest, I think that's actually quite a smart choice, right? Killjoy can single-handedly lock out sites if you're on that post plant, or vice versa. If you're on the retake, let's say you're going over towards B, right? Put the ult in towards B main, allow yourself to pretty comfortably make your way onto the site. Ascent about to begin, map number 2, and, well, we need a real resurgence, because Rugrats, they look in complete control.
Oh, absolutely, man. And we saw last night Leftovers play against no poaching earlier, right, on this same map. And it was the exact same lineup of agents. And I like that lineup, right? We've talked about it before. This team really likes playing a Viper and Astra combination as if they have that extra controller on the map right now, right? Yeah. So instead of pulling up that Sage wall, they pull together the Viper screen together with together with the Astra stuns and such. That's pretty much creates a buffer wherever they may please, and it's a lot more flexible, isn't it? It creates so much more space, and you really love to see that. Not only is that the case, but they also have some extra utility to gain control over mid, which makes things a lot more interesting. And it was pretty much why they were so darn dominant when it did come to the attack in the latter stages of their map against last night Leftovers. But Rugrats, they're showing up with the complete same lineup as no poaching faced up before on Ascent. Let's see how it works out as they do start to aggress on mid.
Exactly. Already starting to get a bit of control. Musashi actually just showing his position as well, trying to cause a little bit of a slowdown in terms of that tempo. Of course, Rugrats now will be starting on that defender side, and a very good defender side of map number 1. Can they replicate it here into map number 2? Of the aggression already in towards Market, needs to be careful. Matty taking a big chunk of damage as Element looking to entry.
Yeah, no picks coming through, but they might as well do. I mean, half HP onto Element already trickling in. Aussie with the first frag of the round as Musashi quickly fights back against his opponent Jet. Now, the wraparound may come through from Aussie, already terminating towards that A side. It looks like they've got the information, or it looks like they want to head there as soon as possible. But there's a wall! There's a wall, and that's going to delay them quite a fair bit. Okay, they've got the perfect timing throughout it, so it's not that bad. But considering that there's already rotations on the way towards Heaven, it is going to be a difficult affair. Chat getting the first crucial kill throughout it, meaning they've got advantage on the post plant.
Yeah, now can they make this work in his favor? Spike goes down, right? And now need to settle these post plants, and they're looking like they're going to play it quite aggressive, in fact. Vicious trying to get a couple of taps through, currently sitting with no poaching with the man advantage. They can actually play things a little bit slower, but they're trying to go for this aggressive peaks, trying to spot the information. Turret will come down, spots the information on 1, and Aussie and Mo picking up frags all onto one man. Senburn goes down, and Vicious finds the final frag. Just like that, no poaching, with 4 remaining players pick up round number 1.
It's a good start to their own map pick, right? Especially being on the attacking side. That I guess many people said that this isn't really an attacking side of map, right? It's usually the defense lineup to win out on most of this, and it does seem to be the case with both of these teams when they do play this map, right? So no
Agreed,
poaching,
yeah.
getting this nice little start from the get-go will set them up nicely, perhaps to get them a second one in a row. But, you know, they mustn't really misstep too much, because that would give a very much unwanted advantage to the Rugrats.
Yeah, 100%, right? This is an opportunity for them to cement a second round on the board. It's significantly in their favour. So, for no poaching, they don't want to overextend for the time being. They are just going for a little bit of a slower tempo style of play here. Element leading the charge up towards Shorts, and Sandbone will most likely be his first point of contact. Knows the information on 2 players tucked in towards Garden and will be tested momentarily.
Take their time with a push. Musashi close, waiting. He does draw back as well. Right click on the classic. It's more damage coming through from the spray down of the Spectre instead. No poaching, not really finding the gap, but look at the over-rotation coming through from Rugrats. All 5 players to the right side of the map. That will mean that's plenty of opening for no poaching to move towards the B-bomb site. It does seem like they will do so fairly quick, though. They do sort of line up towards Catwalk. An Element will take him out. But with taking the time towards that rotation, it does mean that the counter-rotate from the defense side will come in through as well. Smokes will allow them to cross on through, but Ozzy's position would be absolutely vital, grabbing out the headshot against Musashi, peeking forward. They do catch them off guard as they try to trickle in, but it's no poaching all the way. Nothing Rugrats can do. They haven't found a single kill. Although a couple of players are low, he's not going to be good enough. Matteo by himself in a 1v5. You can't hope for something greater than a miracle if he wants to have a chance in this, and he doesn't. Take it out, and no poaching with 2 in a row.
Finds one frag, but it does not take away from the fact that no poaching have put a second round on the board. They cement that second, and in doing so, we'll be coming into next with essentially a bonus round. They're looking to create economical damage over towards Rugrats. But one thing to mention is we've had the results of the poll, and Rugrats, 93% of those watching think Rugrats are taking this map.
Oh, okay. We've got some firm believers in Rugrats right now. And I don't blame you. Like, their first initial map seemed out of the question one-sided, right? You cannot deny the fact that Rugrats completely devoured them. They look so coordinated. They look so good on Haven. But now coming into Ascent, the tides have turned a little. No poaching definitely having a better start to the half than they did earlier. But this is the big challenge, right? This is where the tempo can switch up in the favor of the defense, right? Because Rugrats now, they brought out the big guns. They brought out the Vandals. Now, this could be the massive change of pace that they need. But they need a decisive round to completely quash their opponent's economy.
Already seen a bit of information spotted. Ozzy, though, making his way aggressive, pushing with Chak, trying to find a decent amount of map control. With Astra's utility in front of him, he has to just wait. Momentum slowed down momentarily. Still, for the time being, already starting to see a decent amount of map control gained by no poaching. That's what they do very well. They slow this tempo down, find the control, and then find the frags. Once they found the opening frag, find the man advantage, that's when they explode, and that's when they put the pressure on. Now, in comes the utility. Musashi will be tested momentarily, being sucked in as well. Spike tapped, but not down for the time being. Now it will go as Mo picks up the opener.
He holds back from the suck, but now Musashi tries to find the lineup. Oh, spots out Element. The timing is in his favor. And that means that now Rugrats, they've got the control. They're sticking the spike. Falls back from it as well. Halfway down as well. They can continue to hold it down. They're trying to spray down, but that reveals their position. Taps it one more, but doesn't hold it. That is clever movement from Rugrats, but still, the fact that they don't hold it means they can't close out the round, but now they know Ozzy needs to hold down the line with a spray down, but it's Rugrats to kill them off instead. No, it's no poaching. Okay,
yeah.
The round goes in the way of Rugrats, though, so it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, the quad kill picked up, but it doesn't take away from the fact that the defuse came through, and that's what really matters. Rugrats stick it all the way through. Musashi, just nerves of steel with essentially a millisecond on that. And unfortunately, you know, Ozzy had the potential there, spraying through, trying to find it through the smoke, but didn't quite connect. Rugrats, they needed that desperately to get things started in their favor, and they find it. At first on the board for Rugrats, and now maybe potential for more. But no poaching survived with members, so this could be a sign of things to come as they're still playing very, very aggressive.
Oh, absolutely. Heading into this one. Created some space for Musashi to perform. Slowly making their way towards the right side of the map. It's a split to come underway for them. Hunter's Fury to facilitate their push to allow them to cross on forward. Sembo's able to grab out the first one. Some extra damage. There goes the finishing blow as Chak continues to devour those opponents. Now the saving grace of Rugrats should be this kill here. They check it though. That is a stand position. They know this. And they are able to eliminate him. No problem whatsoever. Rugrats, they look weakened in their defense, but Safa is here to stay. He needs to find something confident. Nice little flick, but it's not going to be quick enough. Mo, quicker to react in that kill. And it's Maddie in a 1v4 again. A situation which he, unfortunately, has found himself familiar with a couple of times this map already. And it looks like it will be his downfall.
Yeah, exactly. Now, a 1 versus 4 with just a judge. Surely this isn't going to be around in his favor. The spike already so far ticked as well, meaning that this is surely the beginning of the end. There's going to be yet another round for the likes of No Poaching. They've got up to a flying start here on their attacking side and really starting to gain some control here. It's going to be a third collected. Matty just looking for the exit frags, which he won't even be able to find the exit through spawn. And well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be a third on the ball for No Poaching. And a real control starting to be built by the attacker's side. Matty, however, does collect himself a Vandal as a slight present. So, not the end of the world. But will not take away from the fact that No Poaching have picked up that third, taking once again a 2-round advantage as they start to look to further it even further.
Yeah, you know, Neo, a couple of rounds ago, the round was slightly dicey in favor of Rugrats.
Yeah, exactly.
And the fact that No Poaching were able to survive it without with the few players remaining means that they had the better economy in it. But at the same time, they also had that confidence. Losing the next one, I think, would kind of be the finishing blow into their tempo, right? Rugrats would have completely stopped them in their tracks. And for that reason, No Poaching wouldn't have a chance to extend that advantage, extend their lead. Now, that was a completely different endeavor, right? Rugrats, they couldn't quite close it out. They couldn't find the entries, and for that reason, No Poaching looked like they're in a very strong point here. Now, Blaze-Storm has come through. We haven't seen No Poaching go for too of an aggressive push so far. But if this is going to be a push that has no return, a full commit Shmeeg, this is likely to be it. But it's not going to be.
Yeah, looked like for a second, though, they were going to go for that full commit. Just play, well, hyper-aggressive, look for the frags, play for the Angels, but not quite what they're looking for the time being. For Rugrats, of course, economically a bit of an awkward situation. Well, that's unfortunate. Musashi tried to find the shot, but not going to be able to do so. Element looking for a frag into a short, but the peak doesn't come through. They're still stacked over towards B main, though, so it's looking like it's going to be the point of contact.
It's going to be indeed. Soon that turn of angle there in logs. Likely to be spotted out, but it's the catch at least. They play off guard. They want to do some extra damage here. It's not likely they'll win, but I like the fact that No Poaching are being very cautious with their approach throughout this. Element nearly taken out. But for the time being, it looks like Mo will hold it down, nearly falling as well. Will look to gain some aggressive tempo upon his opponents. Element draws out the pistol, takes out Safa as he misses out on the blades, but it doesn't even matter. They cleanly take this round in their favor.
Yeah, with a lot to work with there, a lot to decipher. No Poaching doing a very good job of opening up the side there, and once they do, they start to set things up. Unfortunately, the Bladestorm not quite connecting, but Mo picking up 2 elements to finish things off. That's No Poaching really getting off to a good start in map number 2. Now they've got this 3-run advantage. They've got room to work with, right? They can start just testing the water, really testing the Rugrats defense, seeing if they can find any of the holes. They've already started to spot a slight weakness over towards B, which they've exposed a couple of times. They are slightly wary of A. Of course, only picking up that defuse due to essentially just a misspray through the smoke.
Oh, you know what I was worried about, Neo? It's No Poaching's performance on early attack side here on Ascent. That's where they lacked the last time we saw them, but looks like they're completely showing a different face throughout it. They press that reset button from the previous map and they're hitting the road running here. It looks very confident from these guys. Although Musashi with the operator lineup is quick on the trigger, and that will mean they'll have the numbers throughout it, though. Quick trades coming out towards A, but it's No Poaching to win it through. 3 against 3. Musashi doesn't shy away from that kind of shot. That would have been an interesting angle if he connected that one as well, but it won't happen just yet. Chak, already with a wraparound, will try and be the saving grace. But here's a 2v3 starting to move on forwards. Maddie closes things up. He finds 1 kill, spraying down Rugrats, looking to find a second round in this map.
Yeah, and well, they're going to find a defuse coming in. A really, really nice retake there from Rugrats. Excellently executed. And it's going to be with 3 remaining players, a second round on the board and potential to start gaining a bit of momentum in their favour. Because that's something in which they've been struggling with. They picked it up earlier round, but they were very quickly put back in their place. Now, heading into this next, they have potential, especially when you see the Sapphire's got that Odin in their hands. We know what the Odin can do alongside a Sovadar, right? The information towards B main, the spam coming through. We saw it work really, really well yesterday in that first quarterfinal that we had on the stream. And well, maybe it could work here. An Odin on a map like this with a Sovadar is always a threat.
Man, it just reminds me of Sinatra over on Sentinels, you know, pulling things off here on Haven. This on a sense, excuse me. Like this was their go-to map pick, and you know, I don't mind how Tens is in that roster, but anymore. But
He's a ridiculously good player. Tens,
he's ridiculous, man. He's absolutely insane. And now the massive tournament, the VCT Masters coming through the next few days. I'll be looking forward to watching that. But so far, this game hasn't been too disappointing either, has it? This entire tournament has been so utterly close. But no poaching. Look at their ultimates available. They've got 4. Cosmic Divide coming underway. Sembeth throwing it through. Again from the other side as well. Cut the map in quarters. And Musashi holding down with a swordsy here. Hunter's Fury from either side coming out. It's a clusterfuge of ultimates and Vicious. He's going to try and hold things out. Viper's Pit as well. They're not going to hold out from it at all. Ultimates galore. Musashi closes up the angle. He makes a shorty work. Operator now a hand. And he's looking to devour them with an alternative angle. Slowly peeking through. Connects a shot. May go for the repeak. He connects but doesn't go onto his opponent's body. So far, so good for Rugrats. They're holding on to this site and they're not letting go.
Exactly, the shot as well for the second with the operator. What a way to do it. Now no poaching left in a very awkward situation. There's 2 remaining players in a 2 versus 5. And of course, Astra low on HP, but still not looking very favourable for the attacker's side as Chax trying to rotate its way around with 30 seconds left on the clock. They need to make a decision here, right now. He's going to jump through into his market and he may be able to get the cross, but I don't think he'll be able to get spiked down. And
oh, no time.
Yeah, no time. We won't be able to get spiked down. The priority is just staying alive right here. And well, they are going to manage to do that, but it is going to be a 3rd on the board for Rugrats, and flawlessly doing so. What a way to do it. Rugrats, they pick up 3, 1 round away from tying things up, and on top of that, starting to build up a healthy economy themselves. That's something they were struggling with earlier, which they're now starting to sort of implement. They still need to catch up to the likes of no poaching, but winning this next round, tying up 4 apiece, can do exactly that.
Well, Neo, I think we've got a game on our hands. Got a very, very close affair as Rugrats close up the gap. There's only 1 round distinguishing these 2 teams. And with no poaching now put under pressure, they can't quite find the upper hand here on the attack. This is where they lacklustered the previous time, right? Last time around, they've had some weaknesses coming through. So far, so good with the 4. Rugrats seeing like they've got some momentum flowing in their veins. They could even pull forwards, and the best they could come up with is a potential 8 rounds in the half. And that is if no poaching aren't able to grab any more themselves.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
So far, so good. They're juggling the ults perfectly, right? Even though the previous round was full of ultimates thrown left and right from over the sides, Rugrats have a couple to work with. Blaystorm, Resurrection, still massive impact ultimates.
Yeah, exactly. Look at this situation, right? Ozzy trying to find just a pixel, but Musashi also holding, waiting, looking for a frag, and locking out a really important position as they're trying to cross in towards Pizza. Mo spots up at the alarm bot, but does destroy it in time. Keeps himself from going into that vulnerable position as the Owl drone is coming through, looking for information. Musashi missed shot, could be punished, dashes away excellently, repositions to a more advantageous position, and remains alive.
Oh, look at the room created now by Ozzy. It allows his team to push on forwards without fearing for their lives. Putting out the first spot, they know there's 2 players, but Sapphire, that's the odd in that play. He's able to find 1, make that 3!
Let's go.
How about that? And we'll continue to spray down preemptively, but it might be all they need, right? They've got the numbers, but Vicious with the backstab is able to find 1. They move up aggressively. Shaq, no way you just pulled that off. Resurrection coming through. Shaq with a double. No poaching. Right back up in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Jack finding the quad kill in the round and no poaching, regaining that control that they had. I thought the Odin would be good enough. Safa doing a pretty good job, but unfortunately, just not quite good enough. Does get the dink as well onto that fourth, but with 17 points of health, not able to find the frag, and no poaching regain a 2-round advantage, starting once again to look nice and confident, and the worrisome side for Rugrats, of course, they will be able to muster up a pretty confident full buy into this one, apart from Massey picking up that judge, but losing this may break that economy.
Classic spray down through onwards. I mean, slowing down the pace slightly. Probably want to congratulate their teammates on their approach, but that was slightly greedy. And Musashi, valiantly enough, grabs 2 all of a sudden. Okay. Now he wants to make sure the spike doesn't go under their control, so he sticks around under the smoke. Shockbot coming underway and doing slight damage. Now takes the high ground throughout it. And with that being knocked out. Oh, Josu, okay. Making sure he's in the right position here. Will get spotted out on the owl join and now has to move away so he doesn't get dinged. Happens exactly like that, and no poaching. Turn the tables. 3 against 3 in full mid control. They've got space to recollect that spike now. They'll do just that, though. They're lingering a little bit longer, but they're able to scathe away with it nonetheless. Now, they've got a choice here. They've only got 40 seconds to work with, but it looks like they will be heading towards Catwalk on A.
Yeah, exactly. They're actually going to rotate back around and maybe go for that A main push. I think that's exactly what they're going to go for. Pushing over towards A main and maybe trying to lock things out. Matty is going to destroy the door, and now here the Swamp Grenade comes down. That's going to lock out position. This could become really problematic for no poaching.
They know. They've got all players here. They know exactly what's going on. They've got no time. They draw out the neutral right at time, and they are gonna have to draw it down to the wire. 2 kills fouled from Rugrats, and it's all up to one singular player. And without the spike, without the time, without any teammates, and without his own life, Vicious does get taken out, and Rugrats continue to pull the leash in their favor.
Yeah, that mid-round call there from the defender side was perfect. They knew, judging by the use of utility and the way in which they were aggressing, that they were rotating back over towards A main. That was such an excellent call there by Rugrats. They played it to perfection, and as well, by dropping the Swamp Grenade, they knew they could lock at that position. With the timer so depleted, they couldn't have rotated over towards B main. They simply just didn't have the time to rotate over there and get the spike down. So well played from Rugrats. And in doing so, well, they've put a 4th round on the board and now only 1 behind the likes of no poaching.
Still keeping things to a close accord. It's like they've shaken hands and decided to play a game of tug of war instead. This is a completely different game than what we've seen map number 1. It's been a one-way affair for Rugrats. Right now, no poaching is fighting back on the attacking side as well. That's valiant stuff from them. On the defense, we know they're unstoppable. And now aggressing onwards, Element will draw out the Blade Storm. Will peek on through, misses out on the headshot, and that was his chance to shine. And without that kill, they're set back in numbers. The rotations have already come in for Rugrats. Could be an overextended rotation, but they went in with a spike. That could have been a misplay. They're losing out on their chances to win this out. But all of a sudden, they somehow scramble away with most of the kills. How do they let that happen? Josu aggresses forwards, tries to make things happen, but it's right down to the wire. And no poaching is a team to come out ahead.
Daddy T-Sack, baby, clutching it out with 1 versus 1. He locked it out. You can't count him out. Daddy T-Sack, the big man check, playing it perfectly, right? Just, again, we speak about isolating the fight. He did exactly that. Found that running Valorant shot, and Valorant shot? Vandal shot, may I say, as well, no poaching are going to put 6 rounds on the board, and a 2-round lead once again taken. Chak comfortably sitting on the 11 kills mark now as well.
You're killing me, Neo! You're
Daddy
killing
T-Sack.
me! Daddy T-Sack right back at it! Oh my god! And I can be proud, right? He's Greek, he's my heritage, you know? He's from my, you know, I guess, half home country, if you will. Quarter, maybe, but it doesn't even matter, right? No poaching are trying to regain control of this. They've already gotten the 6, right? They've already done more than they ever had to on the first attacking side. But with a lockdown coming through, they will look to extend it. Off angle there from Musashi. Now, that was some interesting movement from there. A little bit preemptive of a push from no poaching. pushing onwards without the lockdown being in their favor yet. And that means that they lose out on the initial trades. Musashi keeps on going. And with another kill, it could be the ace from him. And it would be an excellent one as well, because he completely saved the round in the favor of Ragratz. It looks so much more favorable for no poaching at the start. But it looks like Vicious will stick around from it for a little bit longer. He needs to be careful, though. Look at Asher hiding out behind the wall. I don't think Vicious knows about that.
It's sneaky as well. Little sneaky snake.
30
Got him
seconds
behind, and also information gained, right? He knows he can't cross over towards B main, but can still make his way over towards market. Hence why they're checking. Now the alarm bot are triggered, and this caused issues. Look at the time. 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Needs to make a decision. Make way towards Shaw. Spotted. Dinked, and Senburn has locked it out. The classic at range, finding the frags, and a thrifty round in favor of Rugrats. They've turned it on its head when you least expected them to. What a way to do it. Defend the side. They lock things out. Musashi's done such a good job here in towards B main as well. His crosshair placement is immaculate. Rugrats, they find 5 and looking to tie things up 6 rounds to 6 in the final round of this first half.
Oh, well, that was a scrumptious play from Musashi, right? And I thought that the fact that no poaching aggressed without the lockdown taking effect would have been the reason why they lost that. But I think that was all to the fact that Musashi was able to reposition in a very split in a split second and have his crosshair at the right time to deliver on the second swing on the attacking side. Like, that was all Musashi there. Yes, okay, you could say that no poaching misplayed it slightly, got a little bit over eager. But man, I think it was just completely, the prowess of that man completely took over. But now, Chak taking things his way. Musashi holding down his line, not for long though, taken out. No poaching. I think they're mad from the previous round. I want to bring things back in their own favor. Spike is going down, and the Viper's Pit may allow them to solidify it for a little bit longer. Rugrats, they've got 3 players to work with, and it has to be ground if they want to bring another round in their favor.
Exactly, and the Asher Divide coming through as well means that things become, well, slightly more problematic. Juice 2 needs to go huge here, finds the first. Hunter's Fury coming through, will be tagged by it as well, and he's going to be dropped instantaneously. Chak finding the trade, and with 4 remaining players, there's no poaching, finding a 7th on the board, leading the first half, 7-5. They take that advantage heading into half number 2 and looking to further extend it on this pistol round. We know how good they can be on pistol rounds as well. Picking it up guarantees themselves, or gives them a heavy advantage heading into the next with a significantly better buy. It's a real opportunity. But on the flip side, Rugrats, if they take this pistol round, they could very easily tie this up 7 rounds to 7.
They could indeed. How will they? Tables have turned, Neo. Back at it. The attacking side for Rugrats and no poaching now on defense. We've seen them be completely unstoppable when it came to the defense. Their coordination is great. The fact that they play around Astra and Viper in mid, closing down the gap, but also allowing their opponents to be lured into it as well. They play this map very, very well. No wonder this was their pick.
Yeah, exactly. You can understand why, right? They've been playing it expertly so far, no poaching. A lot of control gained for the time being. They really want to push all the way to map number 3. And, well, the Swamp Grenade in towards short will just hinder the progression of Rugrats for the time being. But Ozzy, look at the information he has gained.
So much info. Ozzy now on the back line of stuff together with Element. They're taking effect. Oh, looks like they want to draw the pistol around in their favor. Shock Dart not connecting, so that's going to mean that Ozzy will survive for a little bit longer. How about that? Swing and dink. That's the name of the game for them. And that means that they are set up for success here. They've got 2 more players than their opponents. There's Sappho all by himself looking to make things happen, taking down low as well. Yeah, 3 points of health if he... the breeze starts blowing against him, he'll just fall. But it's just a bullet to the head instead. That will be the finishing blow. And no poaching. Well, they couldn't have asked for a better start to the half.
Yeah, what a way to get things started, right? They needed that because it guarantees themselves at least a little bit more of a comfortability heading into this second half. They've got 8 rounds on the board, a 3-round buffer as well to now get some control on their defender side. And they've already done so to start things off, right? They've picked up that first round. And oh, look at the Utah being set up here. Actually, oh, that's quite nice. Both are quite on top of the lamp there, and it's it gives himself a bit of a one-way as well. He spots the feet below it. Now, for no poaching, heading into this next round, potential for 8th, because they're coming in with a significantly better buy. We talk about this time and time again. They're coming in with the Spectres and the full armor, but Elements open things up.
They do indeed. It's the pistol of Element as well to do it. Vicious does not shy away from aggression, which he comes out of it rewarded, but he may be facing a couple of players, switches up the angle, and he finds 3. Okay, make that 4, Vicious. Semba had his back turned against them. He was making so much noise, so much chaos, but it didn't even matter. Okay, we see you, Vicious, we see you.
God damn, Vicious taking no prisoners here. Absolutely dumpstering these guys on the eco there. What a way to do it as well. Nothing but headshots, loving life, finding the frags, and Vicious now sitting pretty comfortably joint top with Chak on 15 as, well, it's no poaching. Up to 9, a 4-round lead, and heading into the next one on a bit of a bonus round, right? They're trying to cause the economical damage that we talk about. The long-term economy is the big factor here.
This is mad stuff coming through from them with Sashi again. How does he make this happen, man? It looks like this is his map. He's been enabled. This is some beautiful movement from this lad. It sets them up for success as well. Like, now they've got the numbers, they could start to find the gap close, especially now that they've got the better weaponry to work with. They've got the Vandals and such. It should be a more easy, well, an easier ordeal, if you will. The B looks slightly open.
Yeah, they're trying to play the full retake here, which is very, very risky. Good use of utility, good timing on it as well. Mo's got a tough task here. The dash comes through. Will he find the frag? He won't quite connect. Sovadar might find the information, but just manages to fall away in time. Now be tested. Musashi opens things up excellently. Finds a 3rd as well as he drops Chak, leaving it all onto one man. Vicious drops the Viper's Pit, but he's got 5 frags to find and not a lot of time to do so. He'll be dropped by Matty, and it's a flawless round for the likes of Rugrats. They gift themselves a 6th on the board and bring this deficit back to only 3. What a way to do it. And Musashi, this man is lighting up the server.
Oh, absolutely he is. That is some crazy stuff thrown out by him. Already 16 on the board, more than double than his second frag of the team, at least. Well, not more. Exactly double, if you will. But, you know, no poaching, they're still ahead, right? They still got that 9th gap between them. They're still in the defense line. Operator now in the hands of Element, so it's still a difficult squad to come up against, you know? It's still quite tough to deal with these guys when they're on that comfortable side, but I think at least they get themselves a nice little pause to work with, trying to calm their nerves, because this has been back and forth as well, right? This has been a crazy map.
Yeah, and I think this pause... It's decent timing. Everyone's saying it is a tech pause, so unfortunately, not what we're quite looking for here, but hopefully fixed in just a second. That's one of the things online, right? You do have those few issues, you know, your mum's downstairs watching Netflix, it makes you lag a little bit. Happens from time to time, and, well, you just gotta tell her, Mum, not in 4K, all right? Just get it on the 1080p and we'll get back to the game. But so far, what a way we have started things off, right? Aggressive from both sides, may I say. And the way it's looking, we could be on for a map number 3 here. We got a 3-round buffer. Rugrats starting to make a slight resurgence, but at the same time, still, with a 3-round deficit to catch up to, they've got to perform excellently.
Oh, absolutely. They do have to do that. And as you said, they are on that map deficit, so they've got a long way to go to bring things back. They're looking for that 3rd map. And this is a best of 3 after all, if we haven't mentioned it. This is a best of 3. So the winner of 2 maps is able to close this grand final out and take that prize money home. 1K on the line. And they'll definitely be looking forward to that. I mean, they've already solidified that they'll be in the prizes, right? These are the top 2 dogs. It's going to be either 1K going in their bag or 500. So
it's huge, right?
It's still huge, but it's double the amount that they would have gotten for a 2nd place. So they're definitely looking to head in this. And this map has been a whole back and forth, right? You'll be seeing some replays on your screen right now. And, you know, so many players have had this pop-up potential. You've seen, we've seen so many players play out well. And Ozzy was one of them throughout this situation, right? He was able to stop Musashi from getting that deep plant. We saw Element again with that jet getting up close and personal, getting aggressive, getting those first frags throughout it. And I think Musashi as well, you have to say that he's made quite the impression so far on this map. He doesn't look like he wants to slow down at all. This is not disappointing at all.
No, this has been a real highlight reel of a final so far. Such aggressive plays from both sides, but VALORANT play at this absolute highest level. I'm loving what I'm seeing so far. No poaching, have an opportunity. They want to take this map number 3, and the way they're playing so far can do exactly that. I have to mention him again, but Musashi has been excellent so far on this map, really creating so much space for his side. It's so much so that Rugrats are struggling to contain him. He's consistently picking up multi-frags and in doing so, locking things out. Here's the prime example. Finds the first head, snaps to the second, gifts himself a third on the round, and then falls away, right? That's what he's been doing really well. Finding the space, finding the frags, but not overextending. It's been brilliant stuff all over from both sides, and I'm excited to see how this one's going to finish off, right? Are we going to get map number 3? Or are Rugrats going to regain that consistency that they had in map number 1? And have a sort of resurgence here. The way I'm seeing things so far, it's looking like we might have map 3 on the cards, but it's so hard to call here, isn't it?
It's dicey. It's definitely dicey.
Yeah.
It could go either way, but heading right into it as a tech pause is off, we will be able to get back into the game, get back into the depth of things, as we do see another buy round come underway, right? We've only got, we haven't even seen any ultimates come through. It's only the start of the second half, but it's the first one where both of these teams have a full stack of weaponry to work with.
Yeah, and this could be an opportunity, right, to make it work in their favour. They've got full buys from both sides, and they're really starting to implement a bit of control here. The Owl Drone finding information on one element. Oh, this is aggressive. This is high risk, high reward. He could be double swinged there if he's not careful.
Good indeed, but goes with the updraft instead. Dash forwards. Oh, nearly doesn't go his way, but Mo is there to deliver and find the finishing blow as well. 1-for-1 trade at the start. It looked like it'd get a little bit dicier than that, a little bit messier. Doesn't. They do recollect and maybe head towards the right side of the map. It could be a good idea for them as well. Look at it. They've only got Viper Doors side of this map.
No, 100%. So far, we saw the aggressive AWP play, not operated by, not quite work in favour. Oh, the Viper's pit here, that's perfect. Locking out information, causing a bit of decay as well. But Safa still holding for a bit of regression as the door comes down. Spike will be planted, and now the retake is used. No poaching. Need a strong retake here, and the information could be gained by the shock dart.
Well, no information from the shock dart as no kill has come underway. Maybe the whereas the he does get the cooldown on his sonic arrow, would allow him to gain some extra information throughout it. Vicious may look to pre-fire some positions, gives away his angle for Jusu to peek through from. That's going to be the numbers now for Rugrats. They're looking good on this attack. They're looking good on this hole. The post plant is definitely in their favor. And it looks like no poaching are struggling to find the kills. Mo finally grabbing one. Jusu rips two apart. Jusu with another. That's going to be the 4K for him. And just like that, Rugrats start to close out the gap.
Wow, we spoke about the highlight reel, right? Juicy's done exactly that. Picked up a sumptuous quad kill to put him up to a pretty decent total himself. He had a bit of a slow start, but finally started to gain a bit of kills. He was unfortunate with some of his opportunities, right? Playing a little bit more of a passive role. Juicy, we normally see him actually opt for the jet pick, which now Musashi's picked up. So, playing a slightly different role, more of that support role, and it was affecting his fragging to a degree, but now we're seeing him it work in his favour. He's playing essentially a battle sage, and he's picked up a lovely quad as Rugrats put 7 rounds on the board, and no poaching. What once was a pretty big advantage is becoming quite dicey.
It is, isn't it? No spotting out the Owl Drone, but the Owl Drone will spot out him, barely surviving throughout it, manages to skate away with his life, runs out with his knife out. As the Rugrats look to take the attack onwards, dash to come through. Ozzy holding down the line, he's able to find one through it. Oh, Matty takes him out though, quashed his dreams to hold down the site, but the rotations are already in order. Musashi tries to hold it through, Jack! It lingers in and out of the smoke and grabs one out just like that. Element! No way he pulled the knives out. No way he was able to find the kills like that, but Josu, he's good for 2 himself. This is a massive back and forth, but it's no poaching to come out ahead instead. 2 kills with the Sheriff. They pulled out the pistols and they made it work.
Yeah, somehow made it work as well, and no poaching by picking up this defuse. They're going to be sitting comfortably on 10 rounds now. They've hit that double-digit mark, and now this is where things start to work in their favour, right? Double digits on the board, and the post-bar, they thought they could make it work, Rugrats, but it's a thrifty retake from the likes of no poaching. Lovely couple of shots on Vicious and Mo with the Sheriffs as well. You love it when you see them work to the absolute best of their ability. Now for no poaching, coming in with a much more comfortable buy, especially being the fact that Element is going to pick up the operator. With Jet wielding an operator, always a threat.
Absolutely, man. And it's none other than Josu to bring things back here. Viper's Pit enabled from the get-go. Okay. Keeping control of a garage. Not going to give it away that quickly. Sort of see Musashi move aggressively as well, but it's him to grab out the first kill throughout it. Vicious can't do too much against it, and He will continue to move onwards, just like that. Element grabbing it through, but now Josu taken out of the equation. Lockdown out as well. That's going to keep them at bay, spraying through the smoke, and it works out. How about that? And it does mean that Rugrats have the numbers in it as well. They haven't yet initialized on the push, but it still looks to be favoring them at all. This could be the coup de grace they need, but it's all up to one. It's all up to Element, and it has to look grand. We'll look forwards, able to find one. Does swing out for the second. 90-degree turn for him, but Semba gets the better of him with a swing. And Rugrats, they keep a close leash on their opponents.
Yeah, asking a little bit too much there in the 1 versus 3. It was good for the first, but only the first. And as you mentioned, Rugrats keeping things very close indeed. They put the 8th round on the board, keep the deficit down to only 2, which gives them real potential for Rugrats heading into next. An opportunity here, right? They can pick up this next round. Of course, that economy for no poaching is pretty decent in the long term, and they may even actually go for a bit of a mixed buy here. We're seeing 2 Vandals picked up, supported by 2 Sheriffs. And a Shorty, a bit of a questionable buy, but they're playing things slightly mixed here. Let's see if it works in their favour. They're very much banking on 2 players, essentially.
They are indeed. But again, going for that slight mid-control, catwalk control as well, easing onwards. Ozzy only has a Spectre, well, not a Spectre, it's just a Sheriff. It doesn't quite work out. Damage inflicted from Mo, but it's too wide! Spray control! Spray transfer, and that's 2 kills in his favor. Semba takes out Vicious, makes things a slightly more easier for Rugrats, as they do slowly move that spike towards site, but that's a couple of weapons that the retake side can use. That's a Vandal in the hands of Mo as well, looking to use it in his favor. Old Drown to spot out a couple of players as well. No one thus far. Cosmic Divide to allow them to create some extra space for them. Hunter's Fury, that's a slight pre-fire not working out. That's damage onto 2. He knows where both of them are. But the fact that Shaq and Element both fall, it means there's nothing it can do. Maddie takes him out. Rugrats, they only need 1 more round to catch up with their opponents now.
Yeah, they put a real good resurgence. We know what Rugrats are like on their attacking side as well, and they've done a very good job here of just keeping the pressure on, just really starting to put no poaching into that awkward sort of situation, and where they're really starting to feel the pressure, and in doing so, making those slight mistakes. Once those mistakes are made as well, that's when Rugrats really penalise them. They've put a 9th on the board, deficit's down to only 1 round, and well, now no poaching. They must be really feeling the pressure on their shoulders as Rugrats are hot on their tails.
They absolutely are. Now you're kind of looking at what space Rugrats can create throughout this, right? We were talking about no poaching having a lot of utility to keep mid under control, but when you've got players like Musashi finding frags like this, who cares about that utility, you know? The guy is absolutely insane, a monster in disguise. We're now moving towards Catwalk. Now Shaq needs to be grand. Lockdown available for them, and they will try and make it work for the time being. Tries to hold out in the corner without being taken out. Equal in numbers. For no poaching, I mean, they're down a man in retrospect, and I guess they've got a resurrection available for Josu to use in case they lose out on the player. Rugrats team, like they're in a good spot here to find the equalizer. But that's a lot of information given. Look at the rotation from no poaching already wrapping around towards this B site. And Vicious taking out the first blow, it means they find themselves on equal footing. Josu, though, trying to find those headshots, make that 2 as well.
Ooh.
Means that no poaching are down to 2. Half the amount of players that their opponents have at hand. But Ozzy, hold down the line for slightly longer. Jack taking a couple of his own. This is so back and forth. Though Semba, he's the final chance throughout this. Lockdown coming through as well, but Ozzy gets the better of him. Just like that, no poaching grabbed around, and they do draw the 11th.
God, this is an insane final. Ridiculously back and forth, as you mentioned, and just like that, in the 1 versus 2, clutching out, no poaching, creating that lead, but it is on a teeter's edge here. Track did such a good job there to try and find those frags, and in doing so, gave themselves a real opportunity. No poaching. They've put 11 on the board. They're 2 away from taking this to map number 3. And the way they've been playing so far, they're looking desperate to push their way. What a resurgence from this side. After Rugrats was so dominant at map number 1, Poaching have turned it around. The attack coming through. Element needs to be careful as well. Overextension could be the death beam as the smoke comes down. As Musashi looking to open things up, but he won't quite find it. Element 1, 2, not quite the third. Mo in for the trade on towards Matty.
Oh, and they've won most of the trades throughout. There's only 2 players remaining. Mo holding down the line valiantly enough as well. And just like that, Mo takes things out. That is beautifully done. And then on map point as well, they can bring things to equilibrium. And you know what? No poaching, they seem to struggle at the start, but now it's full front force, pressing W. And continue to take things on, even on the defense lineup. They don't shy away from taking aggressive steps, and it works out for them so far. Only 1 round away from closing things out here and seeing if they can take on that 3rd and final map.
What a stunning showing here. No poaching. This could be it. This could be the final choice to find map number 3. Give it to the people. No poaching. The way they've been playing, they deserve it. They have been excellent so far. And Rugrats, what was a stellar map number 1 coming into map number 2? Not quite the same heat. This has been a real resurgence, and I think there's definitely potential here. Element, he's popped the old early doors, and knives are out, and he will be pressured in just a second. As look at the stack here from Rugrats.
Oh, look at the backstab coming through from Element. That's 2 kills. No way you just pulled that off. They had no idea it was coming, and that's going to be the big boom to their attack. They've already made themselves on site. They haven't got the spike down just yet. But they've got a couple of ultimates to work with. Hunter's Fury available, lockdown as well, but Musashi will look to gain ground for himself, creates a space for them, but they are down a man. They've got the lockdown, but without the room, they can't do too much. It's do or die for Musashi, but it doesn't go his way. 2 kills in favor of no poaching, and just like that, they find the wrap-up, they get the final kills, and they will grab the 2nd map, going all the way to the decider.
We're going to map number 3, ladies and gentlemen, and what a way to do it as well. Rugrats, a stellar performance, map number 1, but not quite the same. No poaching, answer right back on their map pick, and we are going all the way. We're getting the full best of 3, and ladies and gentlemen, no poaching, they deserve it. What a stunning performance on them. It was immaculate from start to finish. The control they had over the game was brilliant. They decided the tempo and didn't allow Rugrats to play their game. That's how you play Valorant, and no poaching. They've pushed it to map number 3 in the most immaculate of fashion. Wow, what an exciting way to do it. And just like that, we're going to be heading to a very, very short break before we get underway in map number 3. But X-Warrior, that was stunning.
That was immaculate. That was amazing. And now heading right out to it. Make sure you guys stick around because there's only 1 map left. The decider of the grand final here in May Open of Rixia G Valorant. And, oh man, it's going to be an exciting one. So make sure you stay tuned, have that type open, because we will be right back.
Well, hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to get underway in the final map of the Rick's GG May Open, and we have been blessed with beautiful Valorant at the highest level. We're going on to map number 3 and X. What a way to do it. What a map number 2.
It was insane, man. Like, we thought the first map was a one-sided affair, but the tables completely switched over once we headed over onto Ascent. They just punched straight back around, and now heading onto the third one. I'm just starting to wonder how this will turn out, because it wasn't a one-sided affair, right? It was that close matchup, which could have really gone either way if the first half transformed a little bit differently. But now heading on to Split, we've got a completely different, diverse map to head into.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Split, you can play it in a multitude of different ways, right? We oftentimes see that aggression over towards B. You try and get immediate site control, prioritize getting that spike down to set up those aggressive post plants, right? We see the push in towards Heaven that you control mid and to control in towards defender spawn as well. You can push through B in towards defender spawn, lock things out early doors, but at the same time, slower takes are the norm, right? The meta. You try and control mid. With mid, you can easily go for the split in towards Heaven, split in towards Wire, then make your choice. Are you going towards A or are you going towards B? And as he fades into its Aleka Brai.
Well, look
Salty
at your famous
J,
man observer, Salty J.
My South
arguably
African
the
brother.
second best observer in the world. What a man, what a beard. He outdoes
Flex the
us all.
badge.
Yes, flex it
South
over.
African brother, Salty J,
you'll
on
have
the
to see it.
observer cam. And of course, the main man, Sylv, on producing. Making our job so easy, isn't it, X?
Oh man, they make us look so good. It's just unjustifiable. We need the Sylv Calm as well, though, don't we? We need to see him on stream.
100%.
We absolutely do. So I'm just letting you know, Sylv, it's going to have to happen, mate. I know you're under control of this broadcast, so it doesn't matter what we say because you'll do what you want to do. But hey, like heading into this one, we'd love to see you. You're a beautiful man, and it's a shame that people don't get a chance to see more of you.
Exactly. Instead, they get to see us with our quote-unquote smart casual our tie on top of a t-shirt. That's what smart casual means, right?
Yeah, right. I think that's what it means. I think that's the whole idea. But heading into this one, right, we need to get our mindsets into the whole grand scheme of things, because this is the grand final where both of the teams have collected a map apiece, and Mo wants to make quick work over at mid, aggressing onwards, flashing Matty out to potentially gain some extra space. But now what they've done is completely opened things up onto the Rugrats' side of things, right? There are gaps between the line of defense. There are players spread out all over the place, and now they will try and aggress towards B. Aggressing a little bit longer, they will press against Garage, and Matty single-handedly needs to hold this through. Tries to find the first true, but it's element to get low into the matters. Matty's turret does do so much damage throughout it, but they will aggress on forwards either way. Safi, right-click, Matty as well. They're shutting things down one by one, but it's down to a 2-on-2.
Yeah, Matty single-handedly causing so much problems there, but now it's in the 1v1. Safa gonna self-heal and try and isolate this fight, try and find the preferable angle, and he'll find exactly that. It's a third kill, may I say, and a first round on the board for Rugrats. They get off to that exciting start, and that pistol round does not disappoint. What a start. Matty, though, doing such a good job there. First of all, finding the dinks coming through, but also not overextending. He found the damage, then falls back, repositions, resets himself up for a much more preferable angle, let's say. Finds 2 kills and Safa to find 3. Really, really well played all round from Rugrats, and they shut things down in that attack on towards the B-bomb site. Rugrats pick up pistol round number 1, and their economy starting to look significantly healthier.
Absolutely. Now poaching, they want to get themselves some extra ult orbs, some extra damage. They want to make sure that this is as close as possible, right? They want to make sure that they have the advantage heading into this one, especially seeing that they are on the attacking side. So they want to make sure they can make the plays. Ooh, just barely escaping the boom bot. Doesn't spot him. I think it has now, and they're aware of his position. We'll get lured out by that. That's going to hurt big time. He may even fall to it. 8 points of health, but surely Matty may look to regress. There's a crossfire fire set up, so he needs to be careful. Valiant enough holds down his ground. Masashi now with a spray down. Boombot to do so much damage, and they will aggress nonetheless. Will throw out the blast pack, but none of them fall. They're all so down low, but they're not grabbing the kills. It's Shaq first to chime in with the first kill of this round, but nonetheless, the trades will come out either way. Semba,
They're being locked
it's being
in.
messy, isn't it? They're not quite able to find
Yeah.
the finishers, but all of a sudden they line up for Safa, and that's going to be the end to that deed.
Once again, on the defender side, locking things in. Raze using that blast pack to just slow down momentum, slow down that tempo, not allow no poaching to set up the play that they wanted to do there. Really, really well played. And Safa, of course, shutting things down once again, picking up multi-frags. He's playing this aggressive battle sage to the perfect style because he's not overextending, but at the same time, aggressively pushing for those fights and finding those aim jewels. Of course, he was coming in with a significantly better buy, so he was favoured in those aim jewels, but in the 50-50s, finds the multiple frags, and Rugrats find a second round on the board. Now for no poaching though, they will be coming into next with a better buy of their own. And for Rugrats, this is essentially seen as a bonus round. Cause long-term economical damage towards no poaching and set themselves up in a bit of a better light for the future.
Into this one though, spread out approach, something we haven't really seen too much from no poaching so far. They're like stacking up most of their plays towards one direction, although that's kind of what it's resulting to right now, right? You can see the spike moving towards mid, it's Element again to lead the charge, and we've seen him on this map before. As Arena, he's absolutely insane. Usually he turns to pop off mostly on the defense side, but now he's got potential, right? He's got himself some space, he's got some people with utility in their bags to allow him to cross on forwards, which this split towards the middle, which is the reason why this map is called Split, is the fact that they've now pretty much half the defense line up in two. What they do not know is that Rugrats have a couple of players towards Garage that they could really be a menace if they don't get spotted out quickly enough.
Yeah, exactly, the utility coming, making its way forward. Element will drop down first, going for the entries of the Rainer, and they've got the perfect agent for it. If he can pick up this first kill, he can dash away, regain the information, but Matty opens things up. Once again with the Spectre causing issues, Matty doubles up, finding that second as Mo in for the trade finally. Now, all on 2-2 here, make that 2 versus 2, as Vicious doubles up.
It is indeed a double up for him, and that means that they're set up for a 2v2. 14 seconds remaining, but he's able to find a blow onto Jusu. And now with the spike going down, things are getting slightly pressuring for them. Spectre at hand against Riflery of Vandals. It's not going to be the easiest of affairs. Spotting them out. Now they know exactly where he is, setting up the crossfires, the headshot to be found, and Semba falls. No poaching. They pretty much find the round straight out of the bat.
Yeah, no poaching. We're a sumptuous round on the board, and in particular, Vicious. That 4K, brilliant stuff. What a way to do it. Sometimes when things aren't quite going your way with the 2 rounds going towards Rugrats, individual brilliance pushes you across the line, and Vicious took it upon his strides, finds a 4K, and with the better buy, finds the round. They needed to put a strong performance and a strong answer back, right? They were coming in with a better buy against the side like Rugrats, who we know have potential to really cause issues on those half buys as ecos, but they shut it down quickly. No poaching. Put a first round on the board and are looking to further extend onto tying things up 2-2.
They do. Now movement created here by the Wolves to scout out some players towards mid eventually, but they've got some information that no one is in defense. Otherwise, they would have aggressed as well. But this is a difficult round. This is where the ultimate start to pop out, right? You've got Sage's Resurrection, you've got the dangerous Killjoy lockdown if it does come for that retake, but Viper's Pit as well is a scary prospect to face as well. You need to be slightly wary of that, but no poaching can't really turn their advantage in their favor without getting that initial frag, and that's what they're looking for now in mid.
Exactly, that's what they're looking for the time being. Musashi though needs to be wary of the players making their way from wires, but it doesn't matter. Musashi good for one, traded quickly. Element finding that trade, and in doing so, bringing it back to a more stable position in the 4 versus 4.
And now it seems that they are at a disadvantage now, Rugrats, right? They don't have the right players. They've lost out the initial anchor onto that A site, which means it opens things up for success for no poaching. Now, that's some movement heard here from Jusu. That could be a potential couple of kills if found correctly, but doesn't line up the shot in time, and Element is able to distinguish him. Now, Safa, Resurrection. Things look on the uprise here for Rugrats, but they've got some time to make as they are moving in from mid. A lot of noise created, and the trade does come out. It's Maddie to come out on top throughout it, but it's 2v2, and Vicious yet to throw out the Viper's Pit. I don't think he'll want to use it either way, holding onto it as they do look to cripple on forwards, but here comes a lockdown. This will put pressure upon them, and without killing it, without extinguishing it, is going to be a difficult affair. Vicious holding things through, getting the brutally important headshot just like that. It is going to be the equalizer. They hit around straight back up.
Yeah, Vicious playing that perfectly, right? Just falling away from the lockdown, right? Finds the frag, brilliantly played, then slows things down, knows he has a slight bit of time to work with. Once the frag comes in from the attacking side and, well, he finds the trade. That's what he needs to find, right? The priority there in the 1 versus 2, find the trade to lock out the round. It's no poaching, who tie things up 2 rounds apiece. Now we have a bit of a game in our hands here. And unfortunately for Rugrats, coming into this next round, it's going to be an awkward buy. We see Sheriff's picked up, a Stinger to support, not the easiest at all for the defender side. And no poaching, a real opportunity for them to gain a lead here for the first time in map number 3.
May as well gain a lead, but so far under pressure, somehow making that Sheriff work. Also opens things up here. That's some room created, some information given. But nonetheless, it's the aggression towards the A site they're looking for. They've got neural theft as well, so even if they find a kill, they will be able to spot out the rotating players. They are at a deficit, but this round is definitely favoring them. Without the initial kills, it's going to look tough for Rugrats. They do get the spike down, but nonetheless, this should be their round for the taking.
Exactly. Especially in this current situation, with the spike down, the post plants are being set up, and they're so deeply ingrained. With Chak tucking himself in over towards their spawn here, he can essentially just play things very, very slow, but the Swarm Grade will keep him at bay for the time being. Reyna trying to make the aggression coming through, but it's the slow orb that will cause a real issue, but it does not matter. Chak finding 2, Mo one of his own, and just like that, it's no poaching to take a third on the board and take a lead for the first time in map number 3 when it all counts. It's all do or die. This is the final map of this grand final. Chak finds 2 and no poaching, find a third and find a lead.
Valiantly done, and as you said, that is the lead. They are now jumping into the driving seat, and they've got the advantage throughout it. Not only that, they've got 3 ultimates to work with. Now they've been able to juggle these without wasting them so far, and that's pretty much the reason why they may be skating up ahead here. That's some dangerous territories Rugrats are approaching, and being on the defense side here, it gets slightly more tough.
It does become a bit of an issue, right? We're seeing already a little bit of damage done, or a little bit of information, may I say, gained. Oh, it doesn't matter. Mo, what a shot. Just spotting a shoulder, but that's all he needed to find Jusu, and he drops him. Opening kill, going the way of no poaching, and the attacker side taking that man advantage.
They do indeed, and Mo chimes in for yet another. They've got the advantage throughout this, and the ultimates are just gathering up. That Seeker's now available for them. They could use anything that they would like. It's all their exposure, only Empress, I guess. But that really doesn't matter when you've got so many players available for you. Seeker's instantly thrown out. Safa needs to draw back to try and save his life. They make sure they know how many players are out there. The fact that there's so many Seekers went straight into the backside of Garage, it meant that the B site was heavily inhabited. They instantly rotate towards Suis, towards mid, and they're looking for the A site take.
Exactly, they're looking to make it work in their favor. Now they're going for the information play. Mo looking to see what he can spot. Spots one to the left with the scout. Is he aware of the player who's already pushed up deep? Semburn in a bit of an advanced position with the flank coming through. Oh, timing gets the better of Safa as Ozzy picks the frag. Mo triples up, and it's all left on one man. The Astra just going to save, I think.
Yeah, no, Semba, poor soul. Ooh, okay, nice little flick of the wrist.
I thought he was going to go for the exit frags, but no, aggressive from Semburn there, and actually could work in his favor.
It could. He's got 3 players he's got to play against, so let's get slightly realistic. I know this guy is mad.
Exactly.
I know this guy is just out of his mind when it comes to just raw talent. But this doesn't favor him at all. He's pincered in. He's being challenged from all directions, although currently Viper's going to take his time to rotate upon it. That was a sick shot, but unfortunately for him, it's not going to look good enough. No poaching, they continue winning.
Yeah, I mean, if he had found this transfer, let's look at this. This reaction time is ridiculous, right? The player comes from the ramp and he just deletes Vicious. If he had found that transfer onto his element, I would have lost it. Either way, a good attempt there, but it will be no poaching, finding a 4th consecutive round. Extra, this is starting to become slightly, concerning for Rugrats. It was a strong start for them. They are now really being spread thin on their side. And of course, the rotation times are quite long. You can rotate safe through that defender side spawn, but it takes quite a while. And Rugrats, they're really starting to feel the effort and the sort of the negativity of those longer rotations.
Do start to linger as feelings within them. No poaching starts to build up some sort of a substantial gap between themselves and their opponents now.
Yeah.
What they're doing is kind of spreading out all over, right? You've got Cypher to the right. Make sure that you don't get too over-aggressive upon Sewers. The fact that the spike is moving towards the right side of the map does mean that they're eager to move in that direction. Viper again lurking onwards towards Garage to not allow Rugrats to gain too much access to information, too much access to ground. This is good stuff from No Poaching. They're being very careful with their approach. Slowly.
Slowing down the tempo though, and this could actually work in their favor, but they're going into a stack.
They are going to push on through. More. Oh, it's Manny to grab up the first shot with the judge. And Semba with the Sheriff needs to be huge. They don't have the better weaponry, but the flash is immaculate. Sends them back to ground zero. Semba deletes them out of existence and finds a third for good measure. That was insane. Rugrats, how are you allowed to do that? And Vicious is all by himself and he's feeling lonely, oh so lonely. And he's got nobody. He's by himself. And he can't do much, can he?
X, what has he just done? How has he found the double there? He somehow managed to control both of those shots and even finds a third. Juicy as well, he's just playing with fire. He's baiting them in, it's going to work perfectly. Safa was waiting as Juicy was just playing with fire there. Brilliant stuff. We have to take another look at that though. That was ridiculous. As well, he got spotted. They knew exactly where he was, but the flash, we talked about this utility usage, that was perfect. Semburn finding the double and even a third here as well, as Mo went for the aggressive peek and it was working against him. Brilliant stuff as Rugrats turned things on the head in a round which they weren't expected to. Rugrats, immaculate stuff from them. They put a third round on the board and are starting to, well, catch up to a degree. It's now 4-3, a one-round advantage in favor of No Poaching, but Rugrats heavy on their tails.
Heavy on their tails, that's one way to put it. They're looking to start extending that lead further. I mean, Rugrats, they had a short-lived victory, it looks like, but with that kill, they leave the B site completely exposed for the taking. There are quite a few shots being exchanged here. They are taking their time with a cross. Now, Cosmic Divide will easily let them cross on forwards. Viper as well to solidify the deal. But as we're saying this, the wraparound coming in from the Cypher run behind, this is going to be brutal, but they're going to go in fast. Moog taking out the first shot will be able to brawl things back in their favor. No Poaching. They've got the positioning, they've got the numbers, and they've got the utility work with the Resurrection coming through. Josso now in the equation. Shaq making that spec to work out, but it's Mo's aggression to bring out three in their way. No Poaching. They continue easing up forwards.
Oh, this is a highlight reel of a final, and into map number 3, it is not disappointing at all. Pushing through, Mo finds 3, and in doing so, shutting down the round, and a lovely little control there from Mo. Vicious, good for one of his own, and just like that, No Poaching, answer right back. Rugrats, that was an opportunity for them to tie things up 4 rounds to 4, but Rugrats, they just unfortunately fall at that final hurdle, and No Poaching, an excellent execution on towards the site, gifts them a 5th on the board. And in doing so, things are starting to look very, very positive for the attack inside. The aggression is being rewarded.
Things starting to look dicey for the side of Rugrats. Showstopper from Masashi looking for something, but the stand is just perfect. The timing is everything, and Mo takes advantage of it. Quick kill going their way and already down a man. And a wasted ultimate coming through. Oh, Josu! Oh, that would have been brutal. That would have been the equalizer, but it doesn't quite come underway.
That was close, but no cigar. As Ozzy still holding on the other side. Just a deep open angle in towards mid. Stacked with the team here. It looks like they're crossing back over towards B main, but Matty, he's got a nice advanced angle. If he sits here with the Stinger, doesn't overextend, he could be gifted a couple of frags here and at least put a stop to the tempo that No Poaching seemed to be building up. Just wait, Matty, don't overextend, and this is yours. Look at this, it's gifted for the first, but Mo doubles up nicely.
He does indeed. That was a nice cleanup there. Josu was there for reinforcements, but it didn't quite work out. If that weapon was ever going to work, it was going to work in that angle. But, you know, No Poaching are no strangers to this game. They know how to check their corners. This isn't their first rodeo. But it could be their grand final win here. I mean, they're setting themselves up for success. 1-1, this is the deciding map. Split to close the deal. Put a ribbon on it. Stamp it up. And they will fall on Aggress over on Semba. Alternative angle here from Ozzy. Does get traded through in the end, but No Poaching. Nonetheless, they take their win in their favor.
Alright, brilliant stuff. And again, taking another look at this replay. But I'm really liking what I'm seeing from both sides here. But yeah, that stun was everything. He pulled out the ult, and that was a real good opportunity for that ult as well. Because, you know, if he'd made his way on towards mid, he could have picked up a very easy double kill and fallen back in towards heaven. But caught by the stun, really good use of the scouts as well, just slowing things down. The heaven push nullified. And well, just like that, it's no poaching on to that 6th round. They're taking a 3-round advantage over Rugrats, and a timeout has been activated, called by the defender side. And I think, actually, you may agree with me, I think it's actually probably a good time to call it.
Oh, absolutely, man. Oh, it lets them take a breather,
They need it.
It's really, 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 really difficult to get yourself in the right mindset here. And I think it's a good note from them, right? They know that
Exactly.
They're struggling a little, right? They're not having the best of times, and it's not one-sided. They want to make sure that they've got the right mindset heading into the next few rounds. They make sure that they've got the right strats in line to close things out. They already have the lead. They already have 6 on the defense. No poaching have 6 on the attack.
Yeah, no.
But can they keep this
get what you
going?
mean. Exactly. One thing I do like to see from No Poaching, which they're doing well, is they are controlling tempo. They're not allowing Rugrats to play to their style of play, and in doing so, making them feel pretty uncomfortable. They're trying to lock things down on the defender's side, but No Poaching, playing awkward angles, playing awkward tempos, and we're just like this. Things are about to get underway. It's 6-3 in favor of No Poaching as they look to push aggressive over towards B.
Yeah, they are going to move on forwards. Vipers will allow them to push aggressively up against the element. Now, this is more like it. This is him having no fear and easing up ahead, but here comes the wall. It falls just in time for them to win out on their trades. Aussie again to be the 3rd kill to come his way. And in a matter of seconds, Rugrats get completely quashed. Their dreams shattered. No poaching, they'll be easing up ahead. There's no way Josu comes up with something good here. I mean, he could grab a kill here and there, perhaps, but no element. We'll have none of it. And just like that, poaching get themselves a 7th. They'll well be ahead at halftime.
Yeah, very smartly played from No Poaching in this post-bomb positions, right? Once they got that spike down and they picked up those initial kills on the site, they locked things out. The crossfires began to be set up. We saw, right, Element sitting underneath heaven, waiting for just a pixel to fire at, and he peaked at the perfect time. Really, really well played. Once again from No Poaching, we spoke about this change in tempo. They go hard, they go aggressive on towards that B site, and they take it with ease. They catch Rugrats off guard, do not allow them to set up on the site, and in doing so, put a very comfortable 7th on the board. Now a 4-round advantage, things are becoming worrisome for Rugrats.
It is getting slightly worrisome. Although they've got the Killjoy at the right location with that lockdown available. This is definitely not the end of the game for them, absolutely not. But the gap through the smoke was everything. Elements made it work. Grabbing a kill in their favor, that's how you set them up for success, You make cracks in the line of defense.
Agreed, yeah.
But the wall of the defense hasn't quite fallen just yet. They will ease up slowly. Matty needs to come up with something huge. Grabs out the first one, perhaps to swing through, but no, pre-fires through the wall and it works out in favor of Mo. 4v3, but they've changed their mind. They're going to the other side of the map.
Yeah, it's one of the awkward things about the angle, right, for Mo. He can pick up that first kill, but it's a bit of a one-and-done angle. You're forced into 2 options. Either try and cower behind the wall, which is very easily slammable, or go for the swing, which is high risk, high reward, and it probably would have ended in exactly the same fashion as to which that did, with Mo being dropped through the wall. But now in the 4 versus 3, as you mentioned, they're rotating over. The problem is Aussie holding the flank and setting up the utility.
Well, this is clean. And I doubt Rugrats will attempt to go for it. I mean, now they know, right? They know that this is not a drill. They've got all their players on site, but the spike going down, that's going to be the bells ringing. The fire alarm now singing. Rugrats now will give their best shot to bring things back in their favor. Tak knows exactly where they are. They're going to line up for him. Mo is the one to get the double, though. It's a double stack up for them in that angle. Zephyr can't do too much out of that. No poaching. They look like they're on an unstoppable spree right now.
Yeah, No Poaching are resurging in the most immaculate fashion. The way things are playing out currently, we can see the reverse sweep in the grand final. And who would have expected the way Rugrats started in this grand final? It was looking like that momentum and that confidence that they had was going to transfer across, but it's not quite being that same result. No Poaching are in a real position of strength here, and for Rugrats, unfortunately, it's a position of weakness. It's 8-3, a 5-round advantage in favor of No Poaching, and they're looking to extend it into this final round of the half.
Looking to move things onwards now. Back out to the A site, Seekers. That's going to give them some information, but the cages won't allow them to aggress with them either. So that is just sort of a lost end to it, right? They don't quite have the information they need to continue on this A site, but at least they do regress onwards either way. Element now with a swing will come up against two. Mo wins out on one, but Element lose on the other. Josu holds down his line. That's two in his name. And right now they've got the advantage they need to potentially close out the half on a good note.
Exactly, especially with a nice little multi-frag there. Josu making it 3. Picks up the 2 to open things up and shuts things down with a 3rd. Gonna pop the ult as well, and now, well, it's gonna be an awkward situation. Vicious making his way forward through wires. Managed to make his way in towards heaven, needs to clear the close angle, finds the 1st. Drops Juicy, the man on fire, looks to double up, and he'll find it. Now things become quite hotly contested, may I say, as he drops the Viper's Pit, but is vulnerable with 4 points of health as they rotate over towards B, and it's a foot race. It's a foot race to see who can make there first.
No way they turn this in their favor. No way, Vicious, you only had 4 points of health, and you pulled that off. Now it's all down to Ozzy. And oh my word, he can still pull this off if he has to. I mean, Semba, he's not going to reload. He's saying 4 bullets are well enough for me to grab that headshot. And Ozzy gets the better of him. The angle, the timing, how the tides have changed. No poaching. Grab that round straight out of the hands of their opponents.
Exactly, that was looking like it could have gone completely the other way, especially the way in which Jusu started. But Vicious, a lovely double here. The Viper's Pit as well to just keep them at bay for the time being, and just about surviving on 4 points of health, as well as being vulnerable. But finds another frag in towards heaven, and just like that, it's no poaching, up to 9 on the board, and no poaching with a 6-round advantage. And now heading into the second half, Rugrats, this pistol round is everything. This is do or die. If they give this pistol round up towards no poaching, with them 10 on the board, double digits, it could be the beginning of the end.
Could be. No poaching. They're going for the full-on reverse sweep. Now, some people would like to play Valorant while playing Valorant. It's a simulation inside a simulation inside a simulation. Inside. No, I'm not going to carry on. But man, you know, this is something for no poaching, but the tables have turned right now. A different half, now a different side of Mo, now in control over the heavens. Musashi takes control of it though, grabs that one and he's waiting for reinforcements. Smoke, just in time. Shaq somehow delivers a headshot through it all, but that's the B site control of Rugrats. They may continue to carry on forwards. Musashi, he's been rejuvenated. He's been out of it for the first half, but now I think he's back. He's angry and he's ready to deliver more kills.
Yeah, revitalized Musashi here, finding frags. He was a highlight reel on that second map, and now awake into map number 3. Spike is down, post-bomb position is set up, as well as the crossfire. The turret spots the information, triple swing, and actually, Element's good for a cheeky 3rd there, but he will go down to the swamp grenade, and Matty will find that final frag. With 3 remaining players, it's Rugrats to find that pistol round. We mentioned it was do or die on that pistol round, but Rugrats live to see another day. They find it, and in doing so, set themselves up slightly more comfortably on towards the second half. Now, coming into the second round of the second half, they're going to have a better buy, right? They're going to have the Spectres coming out, a Vando in the hands of Musashi, which is always an absolute threat, supported by a full armor. This is a real opportunity for them to further reduce this deficit.
Well, it's as well chance as any, you know. I think no poaching. They'll be comfortable with defending right now. They've got a nice little lineup, and we talked about this, right? It's the Viper and Astra combo, other than just replacing Sage as an agent throughout it, and it just gives you that extra utility to work with. They've been pulling it off perfectly on the attacking side so far. Now it's the defense where this starts to shine, you know? This is where you start of seeing the replacements actually come underway, and this should really go in the hands of Rugrats. It should have been a simple ordeal, but the trade comes underway. Element, he's able to grab out one in favor of his teammate, and punching right back around. Mo holds down his own, but for some reason, this is a very close affair. Right-click on the classic, and Shaq brings things in favor of no poaching. Yes, they do not have control of the B site anymore, but they may have the numbers to come back.
Exactly, with the man advantage, this has potential. Shaq's picked up that opener in towards Heaven, which allows the defender side to retake that position. Now they can start slowly pushing their way forward. I'm expecting Shaq to be leading the way. Musashi finds the dink, drops Element, brings it back to 2 versus 2. Looking to further extend this damage he's dealt as well, but Mo finds the trade on towards Safa, and it's all onto one man. They know his position, double swing inbound. He's waiting for an opportunity, but he won't quite connect. Finds one, but Mo's in for the trade, and just like that, it's going to be a 10th on the board for no poaching. They hit the all-elusive double digit and X-Warrior. Things start to become rocky for Rugrats.
And it's a thrifty round. It shouldn't have been theirs, man. It shouldn't have been the round for no poaching. That was a full investment from Rugrats.
Yeah.
It was just Sheriffs to make do on the defense line, and it's just been equally traded out until the end. How do they let that happen? I have no clue, Neo, but they managed to make it work. And now, look at Rugrats' weaponry. It's not looking great. It's looking bland. It's looking empty. They only have Spectres to work with, you know? I mean, they've got a showstopper to work with, but unless no poaching group up in some sort of position, there's not much you can do with it.
No, I have to agree, right? Not a lot you can really do in this kind of position. Old Pop's trying to find something in the close angle. Will miss this. Oh,
No
that's
way.
unfortunate. Missed the ult and Aussie punishes.
And just like that, they're on a deficit again. They're trying to bring things back on a disadvantageous position. Matty gives them a little bit of a breathing space with that kill. But is it going to be quite good enough? I mean, no poaching, they know they can hold back. They're not the ones under pressure right now. It's Rugrats that need to bring things back, and with a double stack up, with a double peak, it's Samo to grab out 2, and no poaching. They're just getting so much closer to that end scoreline. Not over just yet, but they can smell victory. They can smell the grand final going their way.
Yeah, they are on the cups of victory here, and no poaching. They've done such a stellar job to get back into this. We reiterate, right? Rugrats got off to a flying start, a 13-5 map number 1, but no poaching. They're on for the reverse sweep here, taking it 2-1, and unless Rugrats turn things up, this could be a 12-4 coming up here, and maybe the beginning of the end. Rugrats, they've got a lot to do here, and the pressure really, really starting to play a part.
Mid control, this is where Element likes to play. Mid, using those Astra smokes to his complete play. This is his ground, this is his home ground. No one can touch him when he's playing where he's most comfortable. Although he will get challenged by Musashi, if there's any player to shut him down, this is it. But he's made his presence known. Element will have his attention turned towards him, but all of a sudden it's Rugrats to win out most of the trades. Mo, short-lived victory through it as Matty closes things out. Elements! Oh, the wraparound, the backstab, he grabs him out, and that's a 2-on-2. Things could not be closer throughout this. And no, my words, Chak is going to wait for reinforcements before they start pulling through. Spike has gone down, but Empress locked down all 2 ultimates being pulled through. They know this is do or die, no poaching. They've got plenty of rounds to work with, and they are going to go for it. They're not going to hold back. They're going to wait for the lockdown to come underway, but now they're going to pull their trigger onto the attack. Now they're going to move on forwards. 2 players hiding out without knowing where they are. They're going to try and test the waters little by little, spot them out, swinging through. Element gets the better of 1. Now with the Empress available, back to full health. Invisible on the ways. They know where he is. No punching. Well, they punch through it. It might be the name, might be no poaching, but it should be called no punching because they completely devour them. They completely punch them to shambles, and now they're on map and series points.
I have to highlight him again. Chak doing such a good job there. He also saw the alarm bot as well, dropped in towards defender spawn, but waited, didn't give away his position, waited for his teammate to rotate in through towards Heaven to find that opener, and he did exactly that. That was so well played from Chak, and, well, living up to the name Daddy T-Sack, right? What a player, and what a round from no poaching, as they put 12 rounds on the board, and next, this could be the beginning of the end. Rugrats, it is do or die. They need to be flawless to take this to overtime, and this could be no poaching, taking the series 2-1.
Definitely could be the case. Not only is it map point, not only is it serious point, it's tournament point. They could take it all the way in their favor. Just need this closer. Rugrats pulling all their means, all their economical efforts into this, but Musashi opens things up. Seekers as well. Mo looks to aggress. They know where they all are. They've got the information available. Now they can wrap around accordingly. Ozzy, he's in trouble. Has to lure back from the depths of gravity. And Musashi grabs out another. They're not going to be stopped. The Rugrats, they're decisive to stay in the game. But Shaq, no way he pulls this off. 2 kills in his favor, but it's not going to be quite good enough. 1v3, and there's only one remaining. Spike goes down. Rugrats may live may live to breathe another day.
Exactly. I mean, on this rotor here, Vicious, I think he's just going to keep holding this operator. It's a very, very expensive investment, and I think for the long-term side of this game, there's no point trying to force out a 3 versus 1 here. But Rugrats, testament to them, right? They are not giving up here. They're not bowing down. They turn up the tempo, turn up the heat in the kitchen, and they fire their way through on towards this B side, get the spike down, and will set up very, very comfortable post-plant positions. In a 3 versus 1, Vicious not even going to attempt to rotate in, not even going to attempt to put up a fight, and they will be able to put a 5th round on the board and make this a more doable affair. But still a lot to get back into this game. Still a lot to do and a lot to work with. But regardless, Rugrats, they find 5.
Oh man, and I just remember the situation that they're in. It's devastating, you know. They had the first map and it looked very, very comfortable. But I think no poaching just brought out the Uno reverse card. They're just saying, no, this is our time to shine. They've done really well.
Reverse card.
Yeah, no.
Nothing's more powerful in the world than
Absolutely
a reverse card. Puts you in your place. Or a no you.
Or no you. Yeah, that's pretty much the same thing, you know? Let's see how this one unfolds. Mid control again for the Rugrats side. Mo will try and hold it down here with the judge. That's all he's got. It's going to have to be good enough. Oh, perfect timing. He's able to grab out one nearly second, but the gravity well is a little bit too much to handle. And Rugrats, they're down 2 players, as this could be the finishing blow from no poaching right now. This could be the end for them. Resurrection as well. Now that could set Rugrats a little bit up for success, but without the space it will get slightly harder. Resurrection again, slowly putting themselves up, but Showstopper could be the end to it all. 2 versus 2, still at equilibrium. And they haven't decided whether they want to take it just yet, but for now they've got mid control.
Yeah, a good use of the Showstopper as well. Finds the frag and survives as well. That's the huge thing. Heal comes in from Saffron and doing so. Now in the 2 versus 2, they need to make a decision, Rugrats here. They're still posted up in towards mid, waiting for a flank to come through. Something which no poaching have been utilizing a lot. But for the time being, still no real extension. As you can hear, there only 30 seconds left on the clock. And that A site looking stacked with defenders. But fortunately, they're making the smart decision. They're heading over towards B, which is completely empty for the time being. Vicious won't have the time to rotate through. Down the drop. Spike will go down momentarily.
Got some time to work with, and they go for the up close and personal attempts onto those vents. Vicious will aggress onwards, but he misses out on the shot. It's all up to Elements. Well, it's not exactly do or die for him, but if he closes things out, he may be able to do so. He switches out for the Vandal. Fancies it over the operator in this angle, and I don't blame it at all. But without a pick, this is going to be a difficult ordeal. Uses both of his eyes to regress on through, but that's going to be the bait. That's going to cause them to peek on forwards. Now they expect where the pusher will come out. He's able to grab out one. Moves out of position to grab out the second. Goes for the swing, but he doesn't have to regress. Musashi can just hold on through. And now he draws back, and that's going to be one shot to close off the deal. Rugrats, they're still going to hold on. It's not the end for them just yet. And they have half the amount of rounds their opponents have accumulated so far. They're closing up the gap, slowly but surely.
And I think Musashi survived that as well, even though he's right next to Spike, as it slightly went off. But either way, Rugrats, 6th round on the board. They're still fighting, not giving up. One thing I have to highlight, though, is Mo is up to 26 frags. A silent assassin, as, of course, he's been finding frags, throughout the rounds, but I didn't realize it was 26. What a showing from Mo, but still on a life's edge, right? We're seeing some real good showings, but Rugrats, they need to keep pushing forward. The changes in tempo seem to be working in their favor as they're catching them off guard, but is it going to work every time? They've still got a lot to work with, and the pressure is really starting to build up.
Oh, absolutely, man. They're up against the wall. One mistake, and they're out. They cannot afford to misstep at all. They can't afford to trip up. Perhaps it will be their downfall. Exactly. It would be their loss in this tournament. And we kind of look at their journey so far in this tournament, right? They've been pretty much undefeated throughout it. They've been able to grab out all their victories, and now onto the grand final, they were able to grab out the first one in a very dominant fashion, right?
Yeah.
Haven just looked completely one-sided, and we were just saying, okay, Josu seems insane, Musashi seems a great threat to their opponents, and as soon as we saw the second map, we started to think, okay, things are switching up a bit. Ascent seemed to be slightly of a more close affair between these two teams. But heading on to the third one, No Poaching has completely turned their tides in their favor. And they may continue to do so. But for the time being, I think Rugrats have got some more breathing space to work with, right? They've got better weaponry. They've got a couple of ultimates to work with, while No Poaching are back to a very pressuring situation.
Yeah, obviously, we're just on to cams because we're in a quick tech pause. You know, we're just waiting to see, hopefully over in just a second, so we can get back underway in map number 3. And wow, it has not disappointed. This has to be one of the most exciting best of 3 finals we have ever seen here from Rix. Ridiculous stuff, and it's going right down to the wire. Rugrats starting to mount somewhat of a comeback, but can they keep this going? Can they keep up this perfection? Because they need to be perfect. One round, and they're out.
Yeah, it can't be anything less than perfect, you know. They've got quite a long way to go. What is the score on now? 12-6?
12-6 currently, and Rugrats, they need a lot. 6 consecutive rounds, and that's just to take it to overtime. And then overtime, they've still got to fight there. It's an absolute brutal brawl, and well, finally, this tech ball is over and under. No Poaching, as we mentioned, need one round to take this and take this grand final, gifting themselves £1,000 in the pocket.
Oh, this game has given me good vibes in order for the VALORANT Masters to come underway in a few days. This is setting me up nicely. I'm getting hyped about it already. Josu with the opening frag does mean that the first blow does go their way. Ice coming through. Ozzy with a lineup nearly grabs out the second. Musashi barely surviving through that. That got dicey. Even though Poachy having lesser weapons throughout that, it shouldn't have been that close. But besides that fact, Rugrats still have got the numbers, have got the weaponry, and can still turn the table in their own favor.
Yeah, exactly that. A little bit damage done towards mid. Matty taking an aggressive peek, will drop a spawn grid and fall back, but Vicious playing in close, waiting for the aggression up towards heaven. He's waiting like a lion for his prey here. As Musashi just on the other side. It's all about timing. Here's the sound cue. Takes a couple of shots, and Senman will open things up with a shot in towards heaven. Now a 4 versus 2 in favor of Rugrats, may I say.
Oh. They don't look like Rugrats right now. they look like something greater. They look like lions. Determined to bring things back in their way, you know? They've got some information available now that the cross has come through. The Tripwire did some work in giving that extra info at their exposure. Though Musashi, the timing wasn't quite there for him. The window of opportunity just missed out. No Poaching. I mean, Mo, I wouldn't be surprised if he held back right now, right? Things are starting to get a little bit more troublesome, and he wants to make sure that a Vandal perhaps skates away in their arms. A 1v3 potential isn't quite there, especially in the deep ends of 8 site. Without having that information available, things do get slightly rough for him, and slightly is an understatement, right? So, by all means, No Poaching. They've got complete command over the game. This should be their win. This should be their final. This should be their tournament.
Yeah, we say this, but at the same time, Rugrats are mounting a real decent resurgence here. They've picked up the last 3 consecutive rounds, starting to build up that long-term economy. But when we think about it, that long-term economy doesn't mean anything, because any sort of falter, any sort of mistake, and they're out for the count, gifting No Poaching a 2-1 victory in this series. And, well, as we mentioned, Rugrats, they need to be flawless. I've been doing a good job recently, but even still, as you mentioned, flawlessness is a lot of pressure, and we know Rugrats have a lot of potential, but can they keep this up?
That's the big question everybody is thinking right now, right? Surely not. Surely not that can happen, but can it? You know, that is that big question in everybody's mind. Musashi holding on true. Ozzy repositions, grabs 1 for 1, so the trade still on an equal foot point. Though Matty grabs out another one. Rugrats continue to devour them one by one. Ozzy needs to win that one through if he wants No Poaching to close things out right now. But it doesn't come underway. The B side, it's exposed, it's barren, it's open for the taking. And Rugrats, they'll take full advantage over that.
Yeah, I don't blame them at all, right? They've got that positional awareness, but they need to be aware of Element making its way in towards heaven. The problem is he's going to have to make a sound cue, breaking down the Sage wall. Chak making his way through the defender spawn. They're playing things nice and slow here, and the turret will be destroyed for the time being. Safa's tucking himself in towards that close angle of rafters. But it's Misashi, he's going to find that frag, dropping Element, leaving it all onto one man, and the paint canisters will keep Chak at bay. Takes a bit of damage, and it's all onto one man.
Well, Chak will fall. Just like that.
Oh, what's happening here? We're starting to see a real sort of resurgence.
What is
One
a
thing to mention as
threshold
well.
for you, Neo? Where do you think what round do you expect from Rugrats to say, "Alright, okay, this is overtime. They got this"? Because I know Pansy thinks that 12-9 is a scoreline. If she doesn't see that ninth on the board, then yeah, that's not going to happen.
It's understandable, right? I can sort of understand what she means by that 12-9, right? Because it's a big judgment on the economy. As we can see right here, right? For Rugrats, they have an opportunity to put 9 rounds on the board because the economy for no poaching is very, very low. But on the other side, they will be able to buy into the next, and they need to shut down that buy. Then overtime is essentially guaranteed.
They've only got Sheriffs to work with throughout this. Element tries to hold down the line against it. Lovely flash. That's 2 quick kills for Element. No way they bring things back in like this. Not like this, surely not. And Chak is there to deliver as well. Blind out. They're able to catch him through. Element eventually gets traded out, but he's got 3 kills in the meantime. They've got the numbers. They've got the advantage. They could turn things back around. Vicious as well. Vicious and delicious. How about that? They turn things in their favor. No poaching. How about that? They close out the series, they close out this tournament, and they close out the entire thing. It's them to gain the lead, and no poaching are your May Open Valorant champions.
What was that? Of all the ways for it to be shut down, no poaching. On the eco, they find the round and some lovely Sheriff shots. Element, when needed most, comes up huge, finds the Sheriff shots, and they shut things down over towards A. B site seemed to have been no poaching's weakness. They go towards A and they pay the price. Commiserations to Rugrats. They put up a stellar resurgence. Map number 1 was all their favour. A 13-5 victory. It looked like it'd carry on, but it's testament to no poaching. What a resurgence, what a comeback, a revitalized roster, and no poaching. We can see why these players have had that tier 1 experience, because they are ridiculously talented. Congratulations to them. They are your Rix GG May Open champions, and in immaculate fashion.
It's absolutely amazing to see that come underway, and you have to give valiant efforts to Rugrats, right? They managed to bring things back to a very dicey standpoint. We were talking about a comeback potential. You could call it the caster's curse as well, because we were just saying, okay, if they grab the 9th, maybe things are looking doable. But on the 8th scoreline, just after we started commentating on it, it happened. Of
course,
but you know, no poaching. They look really, really strong, and you know, so many of these players have been leftovers of great teams like Fnatic, OG, and such. So I'm not really surprised that these guys perform to this level, right? These guys are top of the tier. They are tier 1 players for sure. They're just looking to find that right squad to work with currently. And so far in this tournament, they've proven that they've got what it takes to move on forwards. And taking that $1 grand home today, I'm pretty sure they're really happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to mention as well, no poaching. This squad was essentially officially formed 2 weeks ago. That's all the practice they've had. 2 weeks worth of prac, and they found a victory here, which is just testament to their individual ability. We saw some ridiculous performances all over this tournament. But, can you repeat that? The MVP was?
Mo40.
Okay, well,
okay.
I mean, I had a ridiculous performance in that map number 3, right? We mentioned in that technical pause, we're sitting on 26 kills already. The Silent Assassin, consistent throughout all the series, and a ridiculous performance. Also, the one thing to mention, not playing that duelist role too often, right? Playing a more of a sentinel role, more support, but still finding the frags. What a player. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, that's all we've got to bring you here today. It has been a pleasure once again. X-Warrior, you've been a beauty to work with. Say thank you very much for joining me on the finals.
I'm a beauty. You're a beauty times 2, my friend.
You're too kind. Massive thank you to the admins and the Rix GG behind the scenes, and of course our lovely producer and observer Sylv and Salty J. You've been a pleasure to work with, making our lives very easy. Rix, we love you. Thank you for bringing it on. It's been an absolute pleasure. We also thank you to everyone in chat who's come out to support their teams, come out to support us, and everyone. It has been an absolute blast. But for myself, Neo Kai, and X-Warrior, until next time, we'll see you very soon. Lots of love.